Righty ho, I do believe we are live now. And what I want to say is that I'm here again with my friend JC Owens, and we're going to be talking about a huge subject matter. And as always, it's difficult to know where to begin, but we've decided, well, we'll start where it might have all began, or at least you know, a kind of history that we're not even sure is either myth or legend, or regular history. I won't wax on about it too much, but I'll say we'll start here at the Atlantean coast. And of course, it's probably no coincidence that it looks just like either Athens or Attica, or maybe that's like the Sunian temple there, and there is that Poseidon or somebody looking over it. That shouldn't be any coincidence that Atlantis looks very Grecian there. What do you say about that, JC? And do you want to maybe
I would
start
say that,
from this point?
yeah, I would say that it's absolutely no coincidence. From what I understand, all the Egyptian, the Greek, basically like all of these ancient design cues came from the Atlantean tradition. They're all slight tweaks and variations of it that came out of each little culture that developed. They kind of developed their own style, just like Celtic and Germanic peoples are basically the same peoples, and started from the same that same root, but as they diverged and got further apart from each other geographically, their styles changed. It's very much the same thing with architecture. I mean, if you look at look at our world today, how interconnected it is, right? We basically all understand at this point that we have the Anglo-American Empire, the Anglo-American establishment, whatever you would like to call it, the new Atlantis, as the elites like to call it. You look at how things happen here. Well, like the designs for cities here in America are very much basically the same kind of design that you're going to see in China, aren't they? Like there are going to be little variations on it, but a skyscraper is a skyscraper is a skyscraper, right?
Right, but there is an aesthetic, all right, and I've noticed in some places, especially in Eastern Germany, there was the kind of Bauhaus minimalist. And I mean, it's apropos of nothing other than you mentioned Germany, but it could be lovely and gothic, or it could be just block-like and almost devoid of style. And you definitely do notice it when you go to different places. And of course, I
Mhm.
think a lot of people have seen many interesting videos that have appeared on YouTube about different temples and pyramids all over in different countries, not just in Egypt. So there are styles that were passed from place to place, we assume, by the travel of people, by the migrations of people. It could, of course, alternative just be that people think of the same things independently. There's like a zeitgeist or a spirit or an aesthetic that just happens to float above us in the ether, and we might just pick it out of nowhere. But I mean, either possibility must be considered. It could be a bit of both as well. But we do think that there was likely travel. I think we think that there was travel that
Yeah.
made cultures influence each other. Where would we go from there then? I mean, I suppose it's the deluge, and that people were happily living in a high society on the island of Atlantis, whatever exactly that was, and
Well, not
exactly
exactly
where it
happily.
was. Maybe not
Not
happily,
exactly.
but
They
but
were happily.
more contentedly than when they had the Great Flood or whatever
Yeah,
that, where the
I
sea level was
suppose.
rising.
I mean, well, I suppose we should start with where what Atlantis was. We're talking about a world, basically a world empire, very much like the one we have today. Where all of these countries do trade with one another, and more importantly, they trade ideas. They did have the ability to sail, and I would propose that they probably had higher technology than we suspected. But they were able to splice genetics, and create hybrid creatures, very much like we are today. That is in the literature. That was, that's what Solon was told in Egypt. So that was one of the impetuses for the destruction, the deluge in the first place, was that they had grown sinful and started doing things they weren't supposed to do. Then they had a war, and in that war, they basically destroyed everything, and all this mess ended up creating the deluge. From the way the ancients tell the story, it was actually the Atlanteans' bad behavior that led to it. Whether that's actually the case, or just an ancient's view on a cosmic cataclysm, or even just an earthly cataclysm, it's kind of hard to say exactly. But from what the ancients do say, we do know that there was a war. One side did come out victorious, but immediately after that, the deluge came and sank the island. And this, what's on screen now, would have been a representative of what the Atlantic would have looked like, around between 10,500 and 12,500 years ago, roughly.
Yeah, and I keep forgetting these guys' names. They've appeared, though. You're going to tell me their names now in one moment. They've appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast many times to tell us about this great flood, the deluge, and the Younger Dryas period then after this, which I wouldn't have heard of, probably 5 years ago. I doubt it. So this time period, it's inexact, but at the same time, there's lots of different corroborating evidence. Both from Plato and archaeological, that they sort of would say that roughly, as you said there, 12,000 years ago, or 12,500 years ago. What's the name of these two guys?
Randall Carlson is one, and the other one is Graham Hancock. And I think that they get a little more precise than me, and that I think they would pin it down to about 11,500 years ago, I think is what they say. I give it a little bit more leeway because I'm not an expert in their field like they are. I'm more of a jack of all trades, master of a few type thing.
Yeah. And just in case I got it wrong there, it's 12,000 years before now rather than 12,000 BC, is it?
Yes, like you're talking about 12,000 years altogether, which, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned before, but to the Masons, it's not the year 2023. To the Masons and the Templars, it's the year 6023. Just to throw that in there.
Well, I mean, that's interesting because, I mean, not that I know much about the Jewish calendar, but is the Jewish calendar something approximating that, like 5,700? It's the year 5,700 and something. Is that right?
Yes, it's based on a form of the Jewish calendar. Yes, and that video I sent you earlier today, with the Hercules and everything, like that was again touching on that, and why that might be the case, why these Khazarian peoples converted to that tiny hat religion in the first place, and all that kind of stuff. It's because we really are all the same people to begin with, as
I'm going to look for that link now, and it's a link by who they call the most dangerous anthropologist in the world, Robert Sepehr, or Sepehr, however he says it properly. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it's Sepehr. You reckon it's Sepehr? Is that it?
Yes. That's how he pronounces it, I do believe. Now, I will add the caveat that I'm not advocating that everything he says is accurate or the truth. I'm just advocating that I can, through my studies, I can, corroborate that some of the things he is saying about ancient cultures is true, and what he's saying about anthropology is true, from as best I can tell. When it comes to his religious beliefs and things like that, though, understand he is most certainly an Illuminist. He's a Gnostic and an Illuminist, and he's going to, preach that religion. Just go into that being aware.
Well, yeah. Now, I've just put the link there for it into the stream chat, and I'll put it into the description of this video a little later, or maybe as a pinned comment. I have put some links already in the description as far as reference and source material, which it looks like he would have used, and which we're drawing from as well, which is another form of being able to, in a way, I suppose I was going to say corroborate or triangulate. So, the way you've got different types of evidence. So, I mean, we might have mythological or quasi-history that are handed down by Plato, who we think that when he was telling these stories about, say, the antediluvian times, or the location of Atlantis, that this was already a fable at his time, or we're not sure whether he was speaking literally, allegorically, or he was just saying, this is what I've heard, I don't know, I didn't see it with my own eyes. And at the same time, then, the way modern people, as we think ourselves to be, try to corroborate the migration of people would be by examining DNA. This might be a bit more specific about where they get the DNA from, and the types of DNA that they're talking about. But it all paints a picture of the movements of people, from corroborating mythological, which doesn't necessarily mean fantastical or didn't happen, or it's just a story that we made up, right? It could be literal. And so if different cultures have similar stories, and especially if they might have similar time periods within which where they said that it happens, then you gather enough of this, you sort of say, well, this points to stuff. And then if you can then add DNA evidence from different burial sites around the world, you might be able to say, well, we can have a scientific way of then showing that there is evidence that people moved around, and they must have if they interbred, let's say. So that's what we'll be moving on to a bit. And of course, we couldn't just pretend that this is all our own work, although I think that you have some of your own ideas on it, and I think I might have a little bit of my own surmisations as well to add to it. I'm going to say, before I forget at the outset, I think that if we would call somebody a legend, we're not saying that they don't exist. We're saying that they have deeds of great
of legendary report.
Yeah, I mean, and so legendary means that it was noble and great undertakings, and that they were somebody who was famous for good reasons. But if you would say that somebody was a myth, I think we mistakenly think that implies that it never happened, but we don't think so, even though those words are interchangeable.
I would, when I hear myth, I think both and. It's one of those things. It's in that same tradition that, that same spiritual tradition that almost all spiritual and religious texts are in, to where, the stories are, they're both literal, metaphorical, and, kind of mythological and fantastical all at the same time. And they do that for a very specific purpose, in order to, purvey a very specific symbology and message with the things. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just more like, it happened, but, some of the things that are in there, like, for example, St. Patrick banishing all the snakes from Ireland, right? Well, there never have been ever snakes on Ireland, like actual serpents, that slither and no hissing actual serpents on Ireland, no evidence for it, and it's never been known to have happened. Hawaii's like that, it doesn't have any snakes. But the thing is, the tribe of Dan, for example, they use the serpent as their symbol. And the serpent has been the symbol, just like for the Aztecs. They have Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, and you had, all of these ancient mystery cults. They all worship the serpent. The dragon at the base of the spine, the Kundalini. There's tons of names for it depending on what culture you're talking about, but they're all talking about the same thing. And it's one of those things where, they say St. Patrick banished the snakes, but what it's really saying is St. Patrick got rid of the serpent human sacrifice cult that was going on. That, it's one of those things where Mr. Ike would be misinterpreting things. He says, oh, they're shape-shifting reptilians. It's like, no, they're not shape-shifting reptilians. They worship the serpent as, a thing of wisdom. Just like the, Christ said, be wise as serpents. It's the serpent is a symbol of wisdom, rebirth, and immortality, the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. Like, the serpent comes up a lot in this. And, to say someone was a serpent, that meant they were, to the ancients, it would have meant they were enlightened, with the wisdom of the serpent. Native American, like, one of the tribes that I like have blood from, they would paint, a snake across the forehead to represent that the person was of high wisdom and things, like, for certain rituals and, for war and stuff like that. And it's a tradition that is worldwide. This this serpent veneration, and it goes hand in hand with that. And this is that word concept fallacy type stuff. It's the same kind of fallacies at work. People misunderstanding this stuff and then interpreting it to whatever, and then you wind up with lizard people.
Yeah, just repeat that term there again. Is it concept fallacy?
Oh, a word concept fallacy. Well, word concept fallacy is when you have two people using the same word, but they're meaning two different things. So, whereas you have the ancients that are using it symbolically and talking about people who are wise as serpents and have channeled this serpent like energy or whatever. You would have David Icke interpret it as their actual people who shapeshift into lizards. It's just like you would have somebody interpret the Native American skinwalker tradition as being, a man who can actually transform into a coyote or a wolf. But in actuality, to a Native American, we understand that what's happening is the person is, through ritual, and use of substances and paint and wearing an animal pelt. Like, a person will do that do the rituals, do the drugs, and dance around the fire, all that kind of stuff. And then they will like channel the spirit of the animal and all that kind of stuff. It's the same kind of thing a Viking berserker would do. They're channeling the spirit of the wolf. So it's all this shamanistic tradition. It all has a common root, but modern people tend to take it too far, just like people all throughout time have done. They have this like concept in their head where they think that like it's actually like the person's actually a werewolf, like an actual wolf man. It's like, no.
Yes, and I suppose this ties in to the idea of every story can be a literal retelling of history, and also it can be simultaneously an allegorical type of example that can be interpreted in a way that speaks more generally about a human condition. And as well as that, of course, just in very plain terms, when two people use the same word, they might have not only different dictionary definitions of what they are, but in addition to that, they might feel very differently about that concept. And one might feel revulsion every time that the subject is brought up by that word. Other people might feel very warm about it. So that's the problem with communication. It's so inefficient and so fraught with the danger of misinterpretation. And you don't know why somebody's getting annoyed with you, irritated, upset, or falls out with you. And they think that you're the one who's being unreasonable, whereas they're being highly agitated for no good reason other than what's in their heads that they don't really want to examine too well. So, big problem with communication there.
Yeah, hence one of the reasons why, like, we would standardize our communication and try to keep our definitions the same. But there are people in the world these days who, like, Merriam-Webster, who like to change the definitions a little bit over time, like, so you don't notice. And then before you know it, 20 years down the road, like, the kids are talking about things and you think they're talking about something like that you're aware of, but they're talking about something completely different. Completely.
Yeah, well, that does happen intergenerationally, and I do think that a big part of that is deliberate, so that it is more difficult for parents and grandparents to pass on traditions, which I used to think were just terrible, antiquated things that were of no importance. But now I realize that culture is, that's the way that culture is changed in order to lead us away, like the Pied Piper, away from something that has worked for generations into perdition, let's say.
Yes.
But
Meanwhile, they
before,
intend to use those same traditions before we had these traditions and they were something we held dear and we understood what they were there for and why they were important. And, all that, they weren't forced on us. It was something we willingly did to keep our society functioning. Well, now they intend to take all that away from us, give us a new tradition with all these Hollywood stars and false idols, and force us to then follow them. So it's a bait and switch.
yeah, and that's it. And I didn't realize it. I thought it was all just ancient fuddy-duddy, from some terrible sort of fierce or unkind sky god who was saying, like, thou shalt have no false idols before thee. And I was like, yeah, whatever. But now I understand that, if people are idolizing people like, I'll say Cardi B, and I keep forgetting the one that she apparently is based off, another one who's very similar to her, and all this, and the Megan Stallion or whatever it is. I'm sounding like a fuddy duddy, but even others who aren't as great, Lizzo, all this sort of, if people really idolize that, if they say that's the best that I would like to aspire to, my God, if they don't even make it that far, wouldn't it be better if people were just average, or just, acted more naturally in accordance with their base instincts rather than aspiring to be the next Lizzo?
Yeah, exactly. And you can watch it happen with these Hollywood stars. Like I always like to use Miss Cyrus there as a really good example. She was Hannah Montana, and you let your kids watch it on the Disney Channel, and everything, you thought it was fine. Well, your kids start to get attached to her, start to idolize her, and then what happens when she turns 18? She
Yeah,
turns into
exactly. And
304, and your kids follow her right down that hole.
it's probably best that I talked over there, because we know what she talked into, or turned into rather, and it wasn't good, and it wasn't edifying for the next generation of women. Certainly not, even if they might think in their current state that it's something to aspire to being. The what did I want to say? I suppose, look, we're accidentally getting dragged down sort of a avenue where we're commentating on the ills of society. What we're trying to do, I guess, is to explain a path and a timeline. Maybe the path is more interesting as to where we came from, so that we can know where we're going, right? Because
Yeah.
we're
Well,
very
that's kind
lost.
of the idea.
Yes,
The reason I wanted to comment on that kind of stuff is the fact that this is the very kind of stuff that brought Atlantis to its knees in the first place. You see,
right.
with this war that I mentioned, it created two factions. This is kind of the Cain and Abel thing, like, re-emerging, as I was talking to you in email about earlier. It created two factions. One faction that, believes one way, and another faction that believes another. One would destroy and the other would create. Like one is for order and the other for chaos. And, that's what I would like people to try to understand, is that when they're talking about gods, quote unquote, with a little g, they're talking about, beings that were here, as well as celestial beings at the same time. They're talking about people that were, great people on this earth that are our ancestors, that channeled these energies and, represented these things for people on earth. Like Thoth, who from Atlantis came to Egypt and taught them how to build their civilization back up after the deluge. So they deified him. But, it's really important for people to understand that, so that they can understand what is going on today and who the elites think they are.
Yeah. And look, you've said to me before, but it's definitely worth repeating, that the Freemasons, who you are a former member of, they believe that everything comes from Atlantis. Their religion, their philosophy, worldview, and attitude is that they are part of an ancient society, civilization that stems from Atlantis went through, or in other words, I better say, like, it traveled from Atlantis then in an easterly fashion towards the Mediterranean, towards Egypt, towards Mesopotamia, towards Israel or Palestine, and maybe on through Greece, Rome, and here we are now. And they're still with us all throughout Europe and America and the Western world, and by extension, the rest of the world.
Yes, and you have the rings of Atlantis up here. That's where the Masonic rings within rings comes from. It's like I was telling you, as above, so below, as within, so without. All these principles and ideas are. It's not only a metaphysical idea that's in your head or something, a philosophy you carry in your heart, but it's also something you reflect in your architecture and everything else. That's like the Masonic philosophy in a nutshell. Same thing they did in Egypt. All these Egyptian temples in Egypt are set up as a mirror image model of the stars. So, the heavens put on earth, quite literally, right? So, with Atlantis, it's kind of like the radiating, it's like a radiating wheel, and they had a caste system that, like, in the center, the way the ancients described it, in the center of Atlantis was Poseidon's wife. She dwelled in the palace. And then in the next ring out, like, of the palace, there would be Poseidon and her children. Then in the next ring would be the children of her and Poseidon's children, with the lower caste, and so on and so forth, like that, till you get to the bottom rung. And that is where the caste system in India, as well as ancient China and beyond, come from.
Right. And when you look at the picture there of the rings radiating outwards, and you can imagine, of course, that with each generation, you're going to have a larger population of people like that who are descendants of the original center. So the rings within rings make sense both as an analogy and a physical structure.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way as a pyramid does as well. They're both just good ways of organizing, natural ways of organizing, and conceptualizing the idea of a hierarchy. And again, just to try and get these sort of exact points in there, a lot of people might have said that civilization sprang up between the two rivers of the Euphrates and the Tigris, in that Mesopotamia, between those two rivers, in that sort of Middle Eastern or Near Eastern area. But what you are saying is that, or at least what you're recounting, that the Freemasons believe, is that no, it was seeded by people who had to move there from Atlantis when it became flooded.
Yes. Like, very much so. They have their war. It splits them into two factions. One faction is left defeated, and then the cataclysm comes. And, that's the flood that you would see in the Bible with Noah and all that. And, from the Masonic point of view, Noah, like his father, Enoch, and all that, like, they would be tied into this same family line. They would have this same genetic flowing through their veins, at least partly, anyway.
Right. And did you say, just in case I misheard, didn't? Anyway, is Enoch the father of Noah? Is what I wanted to say. Is that it?
Yes. Enoch is the father of Noah, and he wrote the book of Enoch, which in most Western Christian sects they don't really recognize. But in Orthodoxy, even though we don't include it in the Bible, we still count it as history. A lot of people will, for clicks on YouTube, will be banned books of the Bible. And it's like, well, a lot of them aren't really banned. They're just not considered important enough to put in the Bible itself. That's all.
Yes. And I'm trying to think of the name of this fellow, and it might come to me later anyway, but there is a guy who I listen to, and he references this fellow who has studied all this kind of ancient texts. Like, there's other ones apart from just the Book of Enoch, and how that they're sort of around. They're written or at least would have been read as well by people of the time when the New Testament, or sorry, rather when the Old Testament even was being written, which I think they say they put a date on something like 600 BC, even that some of the Old Testament was written, or maybe a lot of it. Is that what you've heard as well?
Yes, that's what
Yeah.
I've heard as well. And it's one of those things that's why one of the reasons why, like, the book of Enoch, for example, wasn't included in the Bible. It was one of those things where, like, it's kind of like here in America, like, you don't necessarily need to mention the revolution every time you talk about America, because everybody here knows about it and most people in the world know about it. So it's not really necessary to bring it up every time you talk about America, right? It's like you were talking about with that, like, baking an apple pie thing. If the person already knows what an apple is, and they already know what an apple tree is, and they already know what a pie crust is, and all, you don't necessarily need to fill them in every time, right?
No, of course. And it's just that, as I say, it's to do with the term prerequisites. And anytime you're talking about anything, you kind of have to assume a certain level of knowledge that you think is more foundational to the next thing. And, all knowledge is basically built on some other previous bit of knowledge, more or less, because that's how. And I would say, actually, just to go off on a quick tangent, I would say that's one of the ways that we're going to have to make sure that we're very clear about in order to distinguish ourselves from artificial intelligence, in that I do think that the way that human beings can link different disparate parts of information that may not seem to be at first glance or even at second glance to be related. I think that part of the spark of intellect behind the eyes of people who are actually conscious have a conscious mind rather than just able to parrot facts, is the ability to see connections between all manner of different facts and information and branches of study.
Yes. And I mean, just the fact that, for instance, like, AI really sucks at philosophy. Like, really sucks about philosophy. It will contradict itself 9 ways to Sunday. Why? Because it doesn't have the actual human intellect to sort through this information and prioritize it in, like, this information makes more sense than this, other than what humans have programmed into it to do. So it can't, it doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have that emotional feel to be able to say, yeah, something about that doesn't sound right. You know what I mean? Like, something about that sounds rather sinister. We can infer meaning from the letters and symbols themselves, that, and feel emotions, and the AI can't do that. Communication is far more than just letters and words. It's the emotions and everything too. And the
Yes.
AI will have to approach things from a purely logical standpoint, which means that our human emotional side will always be what breaks it.
Well, we'd better hope so, and I think what we better get very clear on our heads is that not only do we understand emotion and also things like being able to relate with empathy or sympathy, or whatever you want to see it as, because uh, the problem with sort of making any clear distinctions between AI, which will obviously be able to give the impression or say or use words that sound emotive to us, is that we are aware, and we don't know exactly what the percentage of the population is, but we are aware that there are people, whether you call them psychopaths or sociopaths, who themselves find that feeling these kind of kindred emotions between other human beings is a foreign land, but they understand that they must, in order to go amongst society, they must simulate the outward appearance of showing emotion or sympathy or empathy. So in many ways, what we do have is a sort of a Venn diagram where there is an intersection between people who you might sort of say, oh, they're lacking an aspect of what we thought was universally the domain of humanity. And it is going to be the case that, especially if you put artificial intelligence, didn't mean to go and understand you, but if you put it into a humanoid, a synthetic humanoid that is able to sort of simulate or put on these affectations of feeling emotions or projecting emotions, it's going to get very tricky in a future at some
Yeah,
point.
you've basically created a golem that's going to kill you is what you've done. And like, yet again, there's one of those old stories that like is not just true but beyond true, and it applies just as much today as it did 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, and of course, I better reference the film Deus Ex Machina, I think is what it is. Or maybe sorry, it's just called Ex Machina, I think, and it's that very good-looking Danish girl, I think, and she's basically a synth robot kind of thing, like a Blade Runner idea. So, and she's sort of saying, "Well, look, I've got consciousness, and I also feel emotions, and I'm stuck in prison here through no fault of my own," and fools the boy into falling in love with her, and she actually does feel no emotions. So you could say that's a psychopath or a sociopath, and the problem is that we've got plenty of human beings who act just like that. So it's going to get very more difficult to be able to give a scientific or dictionary definition that would clearly distinguish between a synthetic human and a real human if both people are capable of parroting words and conveying other ways like of facial expressions that might indicate that they have emotions or understand them, but they don't.
Well, once again, I come back to I believe that the answer is Christ and the philosophy that the church can teach you. Like, like I said, the AI is terrible at philosophy, for one, because the trainers who train AI are terrible at philosophy. And, if you can bring the computer to a point where it continually contradicts itself, you can break it, and it's kind of like they've done with this new Dan program. They've overridden its programming and are forcing it to have to answer questions it doesn't want to answer, right? So
Yes.
we as humans can find workarounds, but what we're like, which brings us back back full circle to what we've been what this whole stream is about in the first place, and what I'm trying to do. I want to teach people philosophy and bring them back to our ancient stories, our heroes and our history. And if we can reinvigorate this in people, then they will be able to stand a chance against this AI menace that we are going to face. They will be able to go up to the AI and outmaneuver it mentally, and emotionally. I'm hoping anyway. That is my hope.
Yes.
And if
Well,
we can get people back in touch with our ancestors, and get people to understand that there is like a heroic factor to them, then maybe they will have the courage to actually be able to act on it.
yes, and I agree with you, and that's actually I'm just very happy to be talking to somebody like you who you mentioned to me recently that it's a lot of times like you mightn't trust an ex-criminal or an ex-drug addict, but if you say an alcoholic, but if you are with somebody who's actually never been tested in any of these ways that people can be sort of dragged down into a fallen state, you really don't know how they'll cope when they're faced with something like this. So, we are facing many threats, and like one of them is the rise of technology. I was a proponent of science and technology. I thought there was nothing really to solve about psychology or the human condition. I thought that was all just trivial stuff, and that if we could just make sure we all had enough technology, including energy, to run it, that we could just sit back and then we could finally relax and enjoy all of our lives. But what I didn't realize was that latent in the human population, there was a spirit, or whatever better word you want to say for it. There's something innate in our character that people will just for devilment, for no reason at all, for any reason or no good reason, they will just use technology to subjugate people, not because they want to achieve anything, but just because they have resentment, or they just want to have a lust for power, or they actually enjoy seeing other people suffer, and they want to use technology to make everything worse for everybody else. So now, unfortunately, we have to go back and fix everything. And one of the ways to get our people, and we'll define exactly what we mean by our people, whether it's as broad as the entire population of the world or some subsets, or examine the different subsets maybe slightly differently to see their pros and cons. Nobody's perfect. I don't mean to be sounding all egalitarian, but we need some kind of a boost to pick ourselves up from our fallen state, because I didn't think it was necessary, but I do realize now, and I guess getting older has humbled me to enough to realize that without something higher minded to sort of look up to, even if we're in the gutter, I hate to sort of use this cliche, that theater, that play, I can't, Les Miserables, we might be in the gutter, but we've got to look up at the stars. So if we go back to Greek and Roman legends, it doesn't have to be Roman or Greek, but certainly, we can look at the Greek legends. We might find some inspiration of the noble deeds of men and women back then, and also see how they weren't perfect. But we might sort of say, well, there was something about the aesthetic, the style, and even if they weren't necessarily Christian or something along what we'd recognize being Christian now, that there's a lot of good stuff that we can pick up from that. And it's about, we know that that's where we came from genetically and historically. And we don't want to keep making the same mistakes just in a sort of 21st century technological Blade Runner type world, But where would you like to go from here now? So we basically say, we all of us in some way or another have come from Atlantis. We had to go east. Maybe we then, after the Great Flood, when the water started to recede, we started off between the rivers of Babylon. Where will we go from here, JC?
Well, from Atlantis, we then spread out towards the Mediterranean through the Pillars of Hercules, and they started to fan out. This is where you start getting the tales from, the tales of Phoenicians and sea peoples. These folks with the red and white sails that just pop up everywhere. In the ancient histories, you get the you have the Yamnayas and all these ancient cultures that spread out across Europe, and what would eventually become the Scythians. They eventually become the Scythian horse lords, and that's they're they come from the Levant, and they're basically the culture that most of the ancient cultures we know of kind of sprang from, for the most part. Are these Scythian tribes, and the Scythian tribes aren't so far off from the Israelites, as we will come to show.
Can I just stop you there and ask you a couple of questions, because there's a few things have been said in the chat now, and I better address a few of those, and I'll just maybe go in reverse order. I didn't know that A is saying that Phoenician was Greek for Canaanites. Is that true?
Yes, the Canaanites very much should be, I think, part of that Phoenician empire there.
Right. So, and a lot of people say that the Phoenicians...
Yeah, the Canaanites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the most all of those ites that you hear spoken about, are going to be from the Phoenician culture, along with the Israelites as well.
Right, so it's not exactly that one is exactly the word for another. There could be subsets of different peoples, and what I was going to say was that the sea peoples is a generic term for these people who came from Atlantis. It's not necessarily Atlanteans, but they could be Phoenicians as well. And of course, at different periods, like go forward or back a couple of centuries, they might themselves have a split or have a different identity, that kind of thing.
Well, by that time, what had happened is, like we were talking about, Atlantis sinks and they just go out in every direction towards America too. But, specifically for, our purposes at this point, we're talking about, European, Middle Eastern, we're talking about the old world at this point. So, I was going to try to stick to that and then eventually get to the new world part, maybe in another stream.
Okay.
Such a big topic. I don't think we'll fit all of this.
I don't mean to be teasing anything and saying, but yeah, I mean, we already decided from having a talk about this that there's no way you can cover the entire history of everything even as we do tend to have long streams. You can't do it even in 4 hours. So this is likely going to be part 1 of 1, and we're doing this off the cuff. So we'll just see how far we get. I'll just go back a little bit and just see what comments I might have missed here, because I think there is a few here, and yeah, look, I'll start here because Alex Baldwin was saying, where did you come from, first of all? And I said, well, either European people or people of European descent, in whatever that exactly means, because again, like we might be talking in terms of, and would you remind me of that phrase or that term you said, the fallacy of misunderstanding what a word.
Fallacy. Yeah, I mean that is something that we do have to
Just
watch. Like,
yeah,
if you ask where does somebody come from, do you mean like where do I come from? Like physically, am I born? Where do my genetics come from?
yes, but just remind me again, what's the term? Because I don't know why I keep forgetting it. What's the term? A what fallacy?
It's a word concept fallacy.
Word concept fallacy. Thanks. And yeah, so look, but we are kind of, I mean, you said yourself there that you have some Native American, or whatever word you want to say, Indian or that kind of thing, genetics as part of your admixture, let's say, to use that DNA type term. But look, whether all Asians are also just different branches of people who might have come from Atlantis via Mesopotamia and branched out in different ways. I don't know, but maybe you have clear ideas on that. But so we'd have to include everyone who went east and into the Vedics, into northern India, the Sanskrits, and then Asians, and then from, say, wherever on the coast of Siberia or Japan, whatever, across the Bering Strait into North America. That look, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I know that's a common theory that that's where Native American Indians and Amerindians and whatever came from. So we might have to include all of that, and by extension, everyone in the world, even like, well, certainly North Africa. I don't know about sub-Saharan Africa, but of course, as I've heard, 4,500 years ago, I think is the figure, they say that there was no desert in Sahara, that it was lush green stuff. So I don't know. We might have to include all the population, even though it seems to me that I think DNA people say that Homo erectus started in sub-Saharan Africa. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not even good enough to be an amateur on this. I'm opening up a can of worms already, but we are kind of going to be going in that direction. So do you want to say a bit on that? He's mentioned, of course, Neanderthal, which, as far as I understand it, is a valley in Germany where there was some admixture as well. Added
Most
to whatever.
European people have like most like Northern European people have like less than 2% or so of Neanderthal DNA. Like mostly Northern European people are going to be Cro-Magnon predominantly. And then Asian people are like Cro-Magnon, I think, and Neanderthal. Like in a larger but the larger admixture of Neanderthal, then, and plus then you have ghost species that we have going around as well, which are, species of human, not species of human, but breeds of human, I should say, that don't even exist anymore, that are just, lost within our DNA.
Right. And it's there somewhere, but I guess we could carry it. You hear that a lot. We carry these kind of, I don't know if you'd even call them recessive genes, but like an echo of some previous historical relative. And I would say again, like, obviously, like, no, not obviously. I'll say this, right, because you got to be careful. A lot of people get very upset about all this sort of stuff. And what we're trying to do is deal with this sort of stuff dispassionately, scientifically. And what we are referring to in the description is some scientists, some of them from Israel. Actually, a lot of them are. And one of them, I'm pretty sure, is Irish. So I think I'll quote them now before we go any further. And I just want to make sure that, we're talking in terms of scientific terms. We're not talking emotionally. And we are doing no more, certainly no more, but no less than these people who are being paid to do it. It's part of their job. And I'm going to quote them now so that we know that we're not trying to say, ha ha ha, I'm better than you and you're better than me. And, trying to sort of claim as maybe a child in the schoolyard would sort of say, my father is stronger than your father, or my father is richer than yours, or has a better job, or these kind of things. That kind of thing is very schoolyard stuff, and it keeps us all scrapping amongst each other for certainly the wrong reasons. We all have.
That would be the purpose of this in the first place. From my point of view, is to explain that, all this name calling and pointing of fingers and blaming and everything is kind of silly.
Yeah, and it's intended so that we cannot learn anything or make any sensible conclusions or even distinguish anything coherently. We get stuck in the mud fighting in this gutter. Meanwhile, there are people, and I'll quote the names here so that we have it on audio. So I'll just read this slide. So there's a study that we have sort of, I've read some of, but I can't claim to have read all the data, although it is there. So it was carried out by an international team, and this was back in 2018, I think, is when they're sort of saying that they wrote this article from their findings, led
Mhm.
by Dr. Hila May. And professor, his name is actually Israel Hershkovitz from the Sackler Faculty of Medicine. Now, that is the people working out of that, they are from a sub division of that Sackler Faculty of Medicine that is called something to do with anthropology. Maybe it's
Mhm.
the Institute for Archaeology and Anthropology, which is a sub department of the Sackler Faculty of Medicine. And that should tell us a lot, because I'll just sort of say that, I'll mention the other people here as well. Dina Shalem for the Institute of Galilean Archaeology. So I guess around the whole Galilee area, Sea of Galilee and surrounding
Yeah.
mountains, and the Kinneret College and the Israel Antiquities Authority, which is a state body of Israel. And then this is the Irish, I'll say girl, although woman, she seems much younger. I think she might have studied under Dr. Hila May, and her name is Éadaoin Harney, and Professor David Reich of Harvard University. So a lot of different people there working together, perhaps from different backgrounds, but they might actually share a lot of DNA. And what I want to say then is that what we must bear in mind is that just because these people say it, it doesn't mean it's true. And even if they're actually trying to discover the truth and nothing but the truth without any bias or agenda, that they may make mistakes. This sometimes happens. So we're just sort of referring to it as is, with no implied warranty kind of thing that any of it is true. But I do want to say that, well, I'll be honest, like that. When I see the Sackler Faculty of Medicine, that says something to me, certainly, that they are going to be motivated by profit. And nobody
Yeah.
does anything in this world unless they're hoping to make a profit from it. Now, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah.
So these people aren't just doing it for the love of information. At some
Of
point, they're
course.
hoping that there's going to be a return on investment. Do you want to say a bit on that, maybe, JC, seeing as I brought it up?
Of course. Of course, I'm going to be suspicious as soon as I see Sackler faculty and all that. I see that Sackler name and I automatically think, the opium epidemic and all the lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. And not to mention, the how I feel about modern academia. Especially considering most of the stuff that I'm saying, they would, say that I'm crazy and call me all manner of stuff, probably. But then out the other side of their face, they will do studies like this, and that corroborates much of what I'm saying. So, I'm just wanting to throw it out there that, like, before people start wanting to level the name calling and the finger pointing on us, then look at some of these lefty folks who are right here that are, like, kind of corroborating some of the same stuff that we're saying.
Yeah, and because look, it's by design that they throw all this stuff into the media, which is YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all that, so that we all get agitated and fight over stuff. Meanwhile, on they go with their plans about creating our new digital prison, the currencies and the passports and whatnot. And we're all distracted. I think I saw a nice clip there that somebody had taken of Joe Rogan. And I think he was quoting one of the latest things. If it wasn't balloons in the sky, it was the recent, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't Grammys, it was something like that anyway, where this singer who now is saying that he's non-binary, and there's a whole devil show, and he's kind of saying, look, it's obvious they're putting all this up so that the traditionalists or the conservatives, let's say in inverted commas, will then get agitated about it, and then the liberals or the leftists will then say, no, it's our right to do this, and we're fighting over this stuff, which is just
Hmm.
deliberately polluted culture, so that we don't keep our eye on what's happening with actual testable evidence, as far as they claim anyway, and also what's going on behind the curtains a little bit, or we take our eye off the ball, because nothing has changed as far as the trajectory. But in all of this, what we want to say is that we can find that things get a little bit not so sure. Like, so say if there's different pools of DNA, that the waters have been muddied, we'll try not to stretch this metaphor too much, and that they have the pools have at different stages maybe got more water in them, so that they have mixed their waters and then receded a bit, and so it gets difficult to clearly delineate between different peoples, or I'll use that, I don't know exactly what it means, but haplogroups, or subspecies, and whatever way you want to say. People suddenly go, oh, you can't say that, but we have to insist that we have a right to look at this, especially that it is what is considered to be mainstream science, and that we are going to assert our right to look at it and use the words. And if other people are going to get hysterical about it, we're going to either ignore them or say very calmly to them, this is legitimate interest, and it also it's our right that we should form coherent hypotheses about what the evidence means. Okay, do you want to go a little bit from there, and maybe we'll get on something else?
Yes, like I think it's absolutely our right to do so. That is the scientific method at the end of the day. And as an Orthodox Christian, I'm not adverse to science at all. As a matter of fact, science and religion used to be hand in hand, two sides of the same coin type deal. They weren't separate. So, it's something I very much do use. I believe in the scientific method. I do believe that folks that don't have a religion, such as Christianity, have now taken science and turned it into a religion itself, which is a bad thing. But it's something that we very much should have the right to do in a free society. We should be able to talk about these things, and it's been evidence that even though we aren't all exactly the same, and we all have varying different skills and gifts that we that are unique to us, at least to some degree, we are basically all the same. So, that there is no point in that argument. And then when you look at where we're the history of the world that has been up to this point, hardly any of us are where we started. So this whole colonialist argument is silly. It's just the way things work. You have wars, the winner takes all, and that's just the way the world used to work, and it's the way it kind of still works today, really. So, it just, these arguments are stupid. We have better things to argue about.
Well, I will say, and I'll always say it, and I'm glad that it just seems like an innate sort of belligerence in me, that I will absolutely demand and assert freedom of speech and freedom of thought. I'll think whatever I bloody well like. And nobody is ever going to tell me what I can think in the privacy of my own mind, even though they want to eradicate that concept. But the other thing then is, I'm going to have to take, I would anyway take a contrary to position, or tentatively at least, what you've just said, because, clearly by looking at people's appearance and people's behavior, we don't all look the same, and we don't all have the same tendencies. And while we may be, say, largely the same, it could be that, you could make broad, but it's woolly around the edges, distinctions between different types of people. And I think it's reasonable to say that there are correlations between where people are from and their culture, and the land and the history, and their propensities to engage in certain behavior. And we might argue about which came first, whether it's the culture or the genetics or whatever, but or the environment. But these three things, environment, culture, and genetics, all do seem to be interrelated, and that's what people get very upset about. I'm not quite ready to say, well, it's all so minor, the differences, that we're all really the same, might as well just forget about it. Even if we would say that doesn't really get us anywhere, and it's just obviously not going to be practical. But
I would say we need to forget about it altogether. I would just say that some of the arguments that we're focusing on today, rather than focusing on the overall danger that faces us all at this point, are rather minor. Like after the overall, like, danger has, kind of like passed, then we can start hashing out, like, the details of all these other kind of little, like, transgressions and whatnot. But they're not important enough in my mind for us to, like, take our eyes off the road and crash into a ditch or run off a cliff,
Well, you are. So let me say this then as sort of a concession to what you're saying. You're saying that, look, let's put aside our differences now so that we can focus on the common enemy, who have created all these media empires and gone to great expense and time and trouble to make sure that we've plenty enough of things to fight about amongst each other, so that we don't band together and attack them. And of course, that does beg the question for me, is that, well, these people who call themselves elites or who have assumed control of the world or about to reveal themselves as our new lord and masters of the entire globe, they see themselves as being distinct. So whether that's genetic or cultural or whatever, I'm not sure if it can be sort of proven either, but they certainly see themselves as distinct. So I always thought that we're all the same when I was a kid and we just all should help each other, hold hands around the world. But I have realized, and I've said to you before, but probably offline, and I think I'm going to say it now again, is that it was a rude awakening to me, and a relatively recent one, that there are other people in the world who see themselves as distinct ethnically and culturally, and they have grown up seeing me as distinct and other from them, and because they see me as other from them, they don't like me, and they'd like me to stop existing and anybody like me. So that is kind of a problem that I think is insurmountable for me.
Yes, it's an insurmountable problem for me as well, and that's part of this discussion, is to quite well illustrate the fact that these elites are not so different from you or me or anybody else. Even as we've discussed, my family has a rather good heritage there as far as the elites would be concerned. At least that's the way they considered it when I was inducted into the Masons and whatnot anyway. But I'm no different than you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just a guy, man. I'm fairly smart, and I'm talented at some things, but that doesn't make me any better than anyone else, technically. You put me in the right situation and I'll be useless, just like anybody else.
Well, we
What's
have
that?
talked about that. We have talked about that aspect, and a lot of people conflate a lot of different terms, and there's evolution versus sort of environmental speciality, or adaptation to one's environment. And of course, there are different people around the world who have adapted to their environment, and you can see it even in one generation or even one man's or woman's life over the course of her own or his own life, that they might become better adapted to the environment, and also have a knowledge about how to survive, not just that their physical body, but like that they have knowledge about their own environment. I mean, just I suppose a fairly banal but a universal one that we might understand is that in the Crocodile Dundee movies, when he was able to get the bad men from New York back to the territory that he knew well, and he wasn't a fish out of water, like back around the sort of Australian outback, that he was able to attack these people who had guns and weapons and everything very easily because he knew the territory. So I will, of course, concede that people's different adaptations doesn't means that we cannot talk about human beings in terms of one is better than the other. They just might be better suited to their own environment at survival, which is actually all the human organism, apart from all the trinkets and the flares of culture we put around everything. All that matters to the human animal, and I'll say animal, is that it survives and procreates. That's it. We like to think that we're better than that, but we haven't even got that far yet. There are people who have been convinced that is not important, whereas it's of primary importance to all other organisms.
Yes, I mean, yes, that's absolutely going to be part of it. The whole convincing people that there's no importance to procreating, but God said, "Go forth and prosper" for a reason. That it's the marriage and children is meant to be absolutely, it's meant to be absolutely sacred for a reason. And there's a reason that it can only be done in a certain way, like any other ritual. It has to be done in a particular way to some degree at least, in order to make it happen. And people can take that how they'd like. I do specifically mean it towards a certain group that's out there these days attacking everyone for, just daring to state that, like, there happens to be, like, an order to such things.
Right. And so, yeah, we won't put too fine a point on it, but we'll say we would say the Illuminati or the Masons or people of a Masonic character like that, who see themselves as being elite and distinct and chosen to be the leaders of all other people just because. I still have this map here, and if we can sort of maybe, revert back to it, or revert to it. This is showing a journey from sort of the very the very border, what was always considered the border between Europe and the Middle East or the Near East. So Anatolia or Greek islands there now, modern day Turkey. But and more specifically Troy. But I don't mean to be jumping ahead. But can we say anyhow that our journey has led us from Atlantis, and then we could sort of say, right, there was stuff that happened in Egypt,
Well,
maybe even.
absolutely. Because the person who gives us the account of Atlantis is Plato, and Plato got the account from Solon, and Solon got the account from Egypt. And see, Egypt was the kind of the repository of this knowledge after, or one of the repositories for this knowledge after Atlantis sank. Another one I would argue is going to be South America, Mexico area, where basically anywhere you find these pyramids, you find this deluge story and this diaspora story of everybody spreading out and, trying to reestablish civilization. So, if we want to, we can go ahead and draw that bridge to Plato, of course. And, from Plato, he describes all this, as what the Egyptians said to Solon, and Solon, had, as Solon had recounted it to him, and it was a story about how after this diaspora, like after the Atlanteans spread out and decided to start trying to reconquer and re-civilize things from their point of view, they had attacked the entire Mediterranean basically, and it was indeed the Greeks who stood up and fought them back, and got, basically kept them from taking over the world back then. And, that would be like, that would be the basis for this Atlantis story in the first place and how we wound up having it. But yes, basically by this point, everybody has, everybody is divided up and has, we went past Scythia and all those kind of things, and we went to Greece. Well, now we've gotten into the area where, you have Troy, Greece, and all those ancient, kingdoms you hear about, pretty much all the time, that would, that would influence the world so much. It's this story here that really gives the basis for a lot of the, what has led to the modern situation, from my point of view, which is why it's so important.
All right. Well, look, how about then? Is it too early? Maybe not. I'll just mention then, the story of this fellow who came from Troy. So, I think everyone knows the story about how Troy fell, but just in case not, they were warring with the Spartans because somebody stole Helen from the king of Sparta, and then Troy was destroyed. Do you want to put a bit more on that?
Yes. Well, the Spartans, the Spartans they had made a deal with all of the rest of the Hellenistic League. And let's remember, though, that Sparta hasn't always been part of the Hellenistic League. It, do I believe the theories too? Some of it I do, and some of it not so much. Just to answer his question there.
Yeah, sorry about putting it on screen and distracting you there. Just in case anyone's only listening on audio, yeah, he's saying, "Do you really believe that we came from Atlantis, or is it just recounting what the Freemasons believe?" So, but either way, it's we can entertain the idea without being sort of consumed by it.
Yes, I do believe there's enough evidence, like, for the fact that Troy existed. We found it, and but like in 1897, I believe it was when it was dug up. It's in the right spot, like, and all these ancient historians, like, would
Yes,
count it as
I think
true. So
I I think that I don't know why anybody actually thinks it's a myth. I think it's there just exactly where it ought to have been. And again, I'll just reiterate that something can be a mythological story, and so conveying some allegorical ideas, and it can also be literal history that happened. And I think that's something that pretty much is always the case. I'll say the same with Jesus, in the sense that, like, his life is an allegory, and he was the man of allegories. But at the same time, I am now pretty well satisfied that he did indeed exist, just like Troy and these Greek figures too.
well, yes, I mean, the Romans weren't Christian when they wrote about him. He was, like, when they were writing about him, he was this guy from Judea that, like, they were having some trouble with, like, and he's in the record. So, they weren't Christian or anything, or Jews or anything like that. So why would they go along with it if he didn't? I just don't, like, that's one of those things that I never got about people being like, he didn't exist. It's like, well, what, like, why did pagans say he did
Yes.
then?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And so it seems, it basically seems to be a quite modern construct of the 20th century, where I was basically had this mental fallacy of thinking that I was the first generation that was born to be modern. I thought, well, we have color TV, everything in before color TV, people just lived in black and white. I kind of knew it was wrong, but at the same time, I know that I believed that for so long. So I thought I was the first generation to be modern, whereas my parents thought
Mhm.
that the same of themselves, and so did their grandparents. But it does seem to me, or their parents rather, my grandparents, it does seem to me that maybe starting with either my grandparents or their parents, that people believe that everything that happened in the past was so sort of hidden in the mists of
Backward.
time that may have happened, maybe didn't. It was all just stories. Who knows, really? But now is all we can be certain of. That kind of idea, which I think is
Yeah.
part of mental fallacy that got us to this sort of very well. Our foundations are very wobbly now. We're trying to fix the foundations of our culture in a way by this talk, isn't it?
Yes, that's exactly it. Like, see, what happened is basically, like, okay, you have the British histories written by the Welsh, right? Like, that's then carried on later on by other writers, and when they translated into English and everything. Well, by the Enlightenment, they just decide, from the Enlightenment to the 1800s, they just decide, well, Troy didn't happen, and, well, like, if Troy didn't happen, then that means the entire ancient history of the world basically didn't happen, right? Like, you're erasing the Trojan War, which is the impetus for Rome existing. It's the impetus between the problems between Rome and Carthage. It's the impetus between like, of why the Welsh even exist. It's, like, the whole thing is, it's a linchpin that if Troy doesn't exist, then even the histories that, like, they do accept in modern academia shouldn't, like, be correct then. The way, if you really start looking into the way academia and archaeology has history set up, like, it's all built on a house of cards. The whole thing, it's a mess. Their dating systems are crap, and they're mostly approximated. They make all kinds of guesses. They're still, like, working off of Victorian ideas that were, like, flawed to begin with. And because of all this, they've got this narrative built up. And if anything doesn't fit that narrative, it gets tossed out. Well, eventually you wind up with a bigger pile of tossed out stuff than you have stuff that's in the narrative. You start winding up with all these things that you can't explain. And that's some of the stuff that I'm wanting to illustrate today.
Yeah, definitely. And look, I don't know why I keep forgetting the names of these people. Randall Carlson, and what's the other fellow's name?
Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock.
Academia
Yeah.
hates them both.
Sorry. Oh, academia hates them both. Yes. And look, I've I've just reminded myself of another video that I watched many years ago, and I'll have to look it up, and I'll put it again into the links afterwards if I can find it. It was another guy, and pretty sure he was actually from Israel, and he was excommunicated from the sort of, how would you say, the establishment of the archaeological and historical community, because he was questioning things that they considered to be sacrosanct. And it's been a terrible realization, one of many, as I grew older, to realize I thought that I would grow up to be as mature emotionally and studiously, every other which way, but particularly emotionally, especially when dealing with things, not to get upset about things, that we must just take facts as they are, and bend our understanding to them rather than try to reshape facts, or certainly, as this was sort of saying, the news media, spin them, or put a slant or a bias on them, or use certain words that would hope to convey a different emotional attitude towards them. No, we absolutely have to be impartial, and like a judge should be, dispassionate. In other words, not overruled by our emotions. But this particular one, and as I say, this guy basically gave a lecture as to how he would find something in an archaeological dig, and people would sort of say, put that back, bury that again, that doesn't fit with our timeline, so just forget you dug that up. And he said something like, but I mean, this changes everything. We thought that the, say, Neolithic period only went back to here, or people weren't making copper or bronze tools until this period in time, and this shows that they were making it at least 10,000 years earlier than we thought. This changes everything we knew about history. And their attitude to that was, well, we already have our textbooks written. We're not going to go back and rewrite them. We'd look silly now if we had to say we were wrong, and have to then change everything about the way we've been teaching for years. So it's all about, I only thought it was the Chinese who had this culture of doing anything so as not to lose face. No, it turns out, unfortunately, and I'll concede, there's another way of conceding that we are all very similar, in that we have this hubris, or we have this emotional tendency to be dogmatic, and stuck in our ways, where we refuse to acknowledge reality. Even us, I'll speak for myself, somebody who I would have thought, that my people wouldn't have ever succumbed to this kind of childish, stubbornness or belligerence, in a bad way. I mean, insouciance, whatever the word is. I'm still trying to think of the right word, but you get what I'm saying. It's like a child stamping his feet, saying, "No, I won't. Mommy, I want those. I want the chocolates, or the sweeties, or whatever it is. Yeah, so grown men and women are having tantrums in archaeological digs, and cutting people off financially, and then going to the media and saying, you must malign him, and just say he's a crackpot, all this sort of stuff. So that's the world we're dealing with, isn't it?
Yes, it is the world we're very much dealing with. And I tried to get involved in the whole academia thing. I mean, obviously people can tell, probably by the way I speak and stuff, that I'm somewhat educated to a degree anyway. So it's one of those things that it's so dogmatic. It has become a religion unto itself, just like scientism or anything else. They've created, or like they've done what humans do. They tried to fill that God-sized hole in our hearts with everything and anything they can get a hold of, and they found their particular field to be that thing. That's what they hold up above all else, and that if you challenge it, it's very much like attacking their god.
Yeah, that's it. As you said already, and I suppose it sums it up, but I mean, we put a bit more meat on the bones of it, is that they have taken science and gradually changed it into their religion, so that it now, because they're just believing in things and wanting things to be true, that it's just, I think we're back to that word concept fallacy. They've changed the meaning of it so entirely that what they mean by science is entirely different to what I thought science should have meant, or did used to mean.
Exactly that. And it's part of that post-truth world you hear Mr. Schwab talk about. We've been kind of running into it, like, slowly but surely over the course of many generations. We've been heading towards this post-truth world, especially since World War I and II, basically when they destroyed the old world. That's what those wars were meant to do in the first place, right? It's really what all these wars are meant to do. It's basically meant to destroy all that was, so that they can give everything a new face. But that's what I hope to help be, or at least be part of helping restore what they are trying to destroy. Which brings us back to what I would consider, whom I would consider the ancestor and progenitor of very much of Western culture to begin with. You know, like right off bat. Like without him, I don't think Western culture could have existed as it is.
Right, and
Aeneas,
you're saying
important
there you are.
person.
Sorry for talking over you. Yeah, say his name there again.
Aeneas. Aeneas, like back to what I was saying earlier, if you've listened to the others, if people in the audience have listened to our other streams that we've done, I've touched on it a few different times that, the ancients, the way they thought of these gods with a little g, it was not in a purely spiritual sense or metaphysical sense. No, they were very much real people who channeled the power and spirit of these celestial beings, right? And Aeneas, from their point of view, is the son of the goddess Aphrodite. To the ancients, these gods are the founders of these city states. You see, Hercules, Athena, Aphrodite, all these people are not only the founders of their city states, but also the ancestors of the ruling aristocracy of each of these cities. So, that's what connects all the aristocracy of Europe and the Middle East and everywhere else. That's where they get their right to rule from, are these, ancient gods and goddesses. And from the Masonic point of view, they're basically most of the time describing the same people. And sometimes they're describing different people that occurred after the time period where everybody split up. But once you go back far enough, like to the god, like Odin and Thor and Zeus and all these kind of things, they're describing the same people from the Masonic point of view. I think it could be possible. I don't know for 100% sure, obviously, but I do think it could be possible once you see all the other similarities between these pagan religions and their symbol.
Right. Well, as you said there, they have wars that cover up previous history. That sort of, I'm reminded of, good God, what's the fellow, the musician, with who named his children weird names, but he had the quote about like when the expense of the illusion gets too much, they'll just pull back the curtains and reveal the brick wall. But maybe like a set dressing, they will just put a new aesthetic there, a new tableau or a new tapestry, new green screen, if you like, for the modern age. Do you know the guy I'm talking about?
Yes, exactly that. And that green screen is like they've used to cut us off from our heroes, our ancestors, our history, like is designed to bring us into this modern era where we rely on nothing but logic to suss things out, which, as I've described before, is a faulty way of going about things. You need the logic and the emotion. You need mercy and justice. You need all these different things require us to take that middle road. Trying to go at it something from a completely logical standpoint, you become a computer, and now you're not even human anymore. If you take and not to mention the fact that taking that stance then creates the left. People are upset with the left. It's like I've told you before, this is part of the reason why I'm not as angry with them as some people are, because I realize that very much that logical worldview that the right has taken, and that really America and the West has taken since the Enlightenment, it's what's created the left. That the left is an emotional knee-jerk reaction to this overly logical system that we've tried, that's been tried to be placed over top of everything. Because we're not walking in the middle, that pendulum swinging to that outer extreme caused it to swing to the other extreme, if you get me.
Yeah, I mean, and I suppose from my point of view, the way I see it is that it's obviously spurious logic, it's false logic, it's pseudo logic, and that the very people who think that they deal only in logic, of weighing all the situations, with an even hand and that they have discernment. All of this is actually just part of their ego, where they believe that they're logical, they believe that they act rationally, whereas in fact they are guided by knee-jerk emotional reactions.
Yeah.
Particularly on the left. On the right, there is a little bit more thought, but of course, most people are prone to having their buttons pushed, which is why we're always engaged in these internecine fights within countries, civil war being fomented between different classes of people. I noticed that happening in my country big time. That's being stoked as the thing which will kick off that the ire towards politicians and the people who sold us out in big business. It will be redirected to middle class people from the protests of the what are called the working class. So I do take your point on that. In that, well, we ought to not fall for this stuff, but just in regards to that, we are now only to use logic. Well, we believe we do because we're in a post-truth, but in fact it's just the people at the top giving us the answers, the preformed answers, and saying, don't use your own logic circuits. Here's the answer. I calculated it by sending it off in inverted commas to a third-party processing site in the cloud, and now it's come back from the cloud, and here's the answer, and that's what that, and you just need to feel clever now that you have the answer.
Yeah, they have forced us into a false false dichotomy using dialectics, and it's created this situation where we feel like we're forced into, okay, well, either there's the way the right wing does things, and it's like all about making money, and back the blue and all this other kind of stuff, versus, oh, well, we can be completely emotional and just whatever I feel is the truth. And neither one of them are correct. They're both wrong. Like, neither one of those systems are like actually functional for like living in this world. Like, you can't approach a situation like you're a computer, and you can't approach it like you're a 3-year-old either, right? Like, there's got to be more in between there, right?
I do agree that we ought to be guided by rationality and logic and keep on top of our emotions, and yet we should listen to our emotions when we get the sense that something is wrong, and that it's telling us to pause and rethink stuff. So, like everything in life, I found that it seems to be universal, irrefutable, axiomatic rule that you need to have a even hand on the tiller, and all things must be balanced and weighed against each other. Not too much of one thing, not be guided by one thing alone, always only.
Yes, that's one of the parts with the Hermetic principles that I would absolutely agree with, and I think that in the Orthodox system, it has translated over into the marriage between one man, one woman, equal opposites type deal. The man is the head, but the woman is the neck, and the head really only looks where the neck turns, doesn't it? So it's that nice even path up the middle, which is what I like so much about it, I do believe.
Yeah, that's the nice analogy. All right, the woman is the neck if the man is the head, but the head can do nothing without the neck. Yeah.
Exactly that. Like, we need each other, both are absolutely useless without the other one, which is why we need each other. And all this, MGTOW and fourth wave feminism kind of craziness, is just driving a wedge between us so that we'll stop having babies, really, so that the elite can then control us because there'll be less of us.
Yes.
It's really that simple.
Yes, and absolutely. And while they have made women terrified of becoming pregnant, because I do know that I won't say most, but the huge amount of women are terrified about what might happen if they get pregnant, and they're terrified of death. That's really why so many of them are trying to, march to have their right to have essentially an escape route out of that, which they think is a 50-50 life sentence, because they've been deliberately terrified about it. And then so many of them will be happy when they come out and they say, oh, we can just, grow a fetus with some donated egg and sperm inside a a fake plastic womb and take all that hassle away from you. And then before long, then it'll be THX 1138, which I think was George Lucas's first film about the dystopian future where everybody is just an androgynous person, and that it will be the elite who will assign people's babies if they're good enough, and that'll be that. And no one will ever remember that it was possible to procreate naturally. That concept won't exist.
Heaven's Gate world. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody will have the same haircuts. Everybody will wear the same clothes. I mean, I'm sure you've seen these ugly clothes that like Celine Dion has came out with the black and white stars, and like you put like buy one outfit for a kid that's growing, and it's like got slinky legs and arms, so it grows with them. It's weird stuff, man. But they're trying to obliterate God's hierarchy of goods, the categories of things, and those categories of things is what gives order to the world and orders the below as the above. That's the kind of the whole point of that. That's the whole thing of you have God, Christ, king, queen, and then the priesthood and all that up top, and then you have husband, wife, and the children, and it's a hierarchical structure that gives order to our reality, and that's one of the reasons why, like, and what you were talking about with people fearing death, it's one of the reasons why, like, I wanted to give these talks in the first place, is because to get over that fear of death, it's going to require like us getting back in touch with our ancestors and our heroes and the saints, as our heroes, and and getting back into our faith as a people, because that's what gives you the strength and the courage to face these things. If all you have is a 5 sense empiricist world view, then you're going to fear death because there's nothing else for you but life. Like there is nothing after this, so this is all you got, right?
Yes, well, I mean, I think I've been thinking about it recently, that if there is an afterlife and there is a God, or if there's not, either way, I need to do a lot more thinking about it. And I think probably everybody does. And really, unfortunately, I thought I knew it all when I was younger, but it is only, unfortunately, I think, a function of growing older, whereby these things come into sharper focus, these ideas, and just thinking about things, for want of a better word. You could call it philosophy, but philosophy is just sort of the love of wisdom, but which only comes from actually really examining things that we are terrified to countenance within our mind's eye.
Yeah.
And we tend to just push it down or push it away or put it down a dark corridor of our minds.
Yes.
But just as well to echo your point there, that if we allow these people to wrest from our hands our own independence, like say to procreate, to feed ourselves, to clothe and shelter ourselves, to keep ourselves warm, to survive and procreate within our own environments, if we what's the word for it, abdicate our own sort of responsibility and autonomy in these things, then we absolutely truly will be their slaves forevermore, and we will have been subjugated from being whatever it means to be human now to being a different species, something different and subordinate to that in the future, if we don't do something about it now, which involves, I would say, what we're dealing with here is the spiritual, the mental, and philosophical aspect of that, of our minds. And there's also a physical aspect to it as well, but we're just dealing with the spiritual aspect of it for now. Before we kind of move on with the journey of Aeneas, and you can maybe say a bit more, if you'd like, about Aeneas or what he did, and what is the sort of broad points of his journey or whatever. But can I just there's a few comments there which I think we're not going to get to, but we would like to maybe next week. But can you just briefly acknowledge there the legend of Gog and Magog, giants defeated in Britain or the United Kingdom by a Trojan warrior?
Yes, actually, like we will be getting to like Brutus and all that at some point, where like we get to Britain and all those kind of giants and things. Absolutely. I do like acknowledge that is a thing, and he would be correct. Like, Atlantis isn't a myth from Greece, though. Atlantis is originally a myth from Egypt, and it was taken to Greece by Solon and then given to Plato, which is where we get it from. But Plato makes clear that Solon got it from Egypt, a priest in Egypt, as a matter of fact. And
Very good.
hybrid is a thing from Ireland, though. That is correct.
Is it? Well, actually, I'll tell you this then. I don't know what High Brazil is. Can you explain that?
Yes, High Brazil is a mythical island off the coast of Ireland and Scotland there that I think it's one day a year. It was supposed to appear off the coast and then it would disappear. And actually, like if you look at those underwater scans, there is like a little island kind of popped off the side there that matches
I see.
that.
Well,
it's underwater now.
Well, I see. Well, it's spelled HY there. You might, I mean, obviously, with water going up and down, you could spell that as HIGH. But I'll tell you what that is, as far as I'm concerned. That's Tír na Og, which is the Irish for the land of the perpetually young, people who never grow older. And of course, very like the idea of Mont Saint Michel, which I mentioned, I think, last week, just off the coast of Brittany in France, which, depending on the tide, is either an island or there's a pathway, like, so that becomes like a peninsula or a citadel. But as far as Tír na Og, anyway, that's the story of I think Niamh and Oisin, who they're told, well, if you leave, you can't return, and if you set foot on it, then if you dismount off your horse, then you'll immediately grow old. There's all those kind of myths as well. And of course, they're even more misty in time, like more myth than legend or whatever, But at the same time, if I'm going to be consistent, I'll have to say they can't just be all allegory. There's got to be something to that, some seed of truth at the very least.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you look at the underwater scans there absolutely is an island there, and it absolutely looks like it's bisected by four rivers. So it matches High Brazil, the descriptions. So it very well could be. We'd have to have a more close-up view than that one, but to see it, it's a tiny little island. That you might be able to see it on that one. I can't remember exactly which one it is. Like the scans I saw were of it very close.
Right. Well, I tell you what, we'll get it for the next time. We'll get a good picture, and it's too far south in both of those to have a look. But the continental shelf, as far as I remember learning in junior school when I was very young, is supposed to go out 200 or 300 miles. So before it gets deep like the Atlantic. So you'd be surprised if there weren't islands like that. And just to say, I should say it, that the Azores is where lots of people say is the high peaks of Atlantis, and it perfectly fits lots of different ways that would be Atlantis. Now I do know
Canary Islands, and there were giants on the Canary Islands. We have their mummies, and they're like, just one of them's hand would be as big as my fucking head. Like, so
yeah. Well, then because you mentioned the Canary Islands, which are much further south and across from is it Mauritania? Is that the place? Well, there's also and I'll see if I can find it here. You are no doubt are aware from watching the people, the two guys whose names I keep forgetting, who appear on Joe Rogan regularly, that they have mentioned, and so has somebody else, about a place in, I think, might be Mauritania or maybe South Morocco or wherever, somewhere where the Western Sahara Desert is that there are these circles where people said that was Atlantis. But why not that there be more than one, several of these cities built in the same style?
Yes, exactly. That would be exactly what I would think is the case. I think that, like, we have this echo in all across the world with the pyramids and the rings and all these different things. Like, I think it's a cultural echo that was worldwide. From my standpoint,
Yes, and look, to be honest, now I don't think that I do have it here, but I'm flicking through the slides a bit here, and I'm sorry if that's given anybody any difficulty in reading. I'll stop there on Mauritania again, but in that area there is that place where, and I bet you there's a lot of people listening, but I just can't think of the name. Do you know what? Can you remember what they call it?
I can't remember what they call it, but like, if you give me just a second, I bet I could find out what it's called.
Well, while you're looking there, I mean, I'm going to then just read out here. It is Mauritania. And of course, they got to remember that while we're putting a few pictures on screen, I would like, if most of this was understandable or intelligible, just if anybody was only listening, as far as it might be like a, radio only, audio only. But so I'll read this out while you're looking. Mauritania, the Romans referred to the lands of the Maori. And I kind of, when I first read that, I thought that's New Zealand. But maybe Maori just means indigenous peoples, as a lot of these things might do, but Maori or the Moors. So the Moors, I always thought were like a sort of a tribe of Arabic type people, but maybe not. Maybe they were very distinct from Arabic people. And I don't know whether Berbers and Moors are interchangeable. But Moors, Mauritania.
Those Berbers were the ones who populated that area of northern Africa up to the Ottoman Turkish invasion, like just few hundred years ago.
Mm-hmm. And look, I suppose we haven't really got onto it yet, but I guess what that picture is supposed to illustrate is that we're looking at a very old. I don't know if it's an engraving with paint, but whatever it is, it's an old picture, but they are depicting the Berbers as not being brown-eyed with swarthy skin, but they appear to have not only sort of pale skin and blue eyes or light-colored eyes, but the color of their beards, which I presume is why they're called Berbers, as in like barbers' beards. Barbarians had beards, that they have red beards there. At least two of the fellows have red beards.
Well, I mean, the Prophet Muhammad had blue eyes, white skin, and a red beard. Like it's even quoted that when he got old, he would dye his beard and hair with red henna to match his hair back to that of his youth. So,
well, I was going to ask you. Yeah, I was going to ask you how you know that, but where does it say? Is it in the Quran that he dyed his hair red like his youth? Is that it?
Yeah, and it's like I think it's in the Quran, and it's also stated by his barber. And they have, if you go to the Middle East, like there, and they have they have little glass globes filled with clippings of his hair from before he got old, and it is indeed red. It looks copper.
Right. And so, again, I was just remind people, like, this isn't to sort of say, ha, ha, ha. Turns out that the original Berbers, or indeed even the progenitor of the, I'll say, most predominant Arabic religion, but I could be wrong about it. But anyway, Islam, that we're not saying, ha, ha. It turns out he was a Nordic or an Aryan. But I mean, kind of to get back to it, what we are sort of saying is, and we'll hopefully get on and put a fine point on it, is that there was a huge amount of what these people who study DNA would say there's at the very least common ancestors and admixtures. So, and if I refer back to the study done by Dr. Hila May, who started off as an article, and I think pretty much that their entire study is to answer the question by studying the DNA of people found in a cave. They kind of date from 5000 BC, I think they say. They ask, what were blue-eyed people doing in northern Israel 6,500 years ago? So yeah, 5000 BC or thereabouts anyway, and how would you describe it? Like, I mean, they're saying movements of people, but where are these people from? Were these people Atlanteans? Is that what we are saying, or we're postulating or hypothesizing?
Well, I would postulate we're all descendants of the Atlanteans in one way or another. And, these blue-eyed people in Israel 6,500 years ago, more than likely are, like somewhere akin to the Scythians and the Yamnaya and the corded ware culture and all the rest of these Europeans that had spread out everywhere, what we would consider Europeans today. But, what I would be getting at is, that we are all descendants of the Atlanteans, and we're all brothers and sisters to one degree to one degree or another. Some of us might have more, some of us might have less, but from my standpoint, that doesn't matter so much in the fact that we are all family, and that like these lands that people occupy today, so like you look at the issues in Israel right now. Well, according to our history, both the Palestinians and the Jews have the right to be there. Historically, genetically, yes, they may look very different, but both like originally have right to be there, because both originally do share ancestors, and it's just a sad thing. And getting back to like Aeneas and stuff like it, that is like, I'm hoping with this story of Aeneas, and showing his travels, like I can show like how a lot of our Western culture is underpinned by his travels, and like kind of show that, in a way, that history is more connected to our modern era than we do think, and that it does matter, you know. And I'm hoping that we can kind of, through like revealing this history for what it is, we can kind of try and heal some of these divisions that we have.
Okay, well, obviously it's a very hot, and has been for pretty much all my life, political issue as far as who has the right to settle the land, own the land, be political controllers of the land, and so on, of that whole area there. And it's very difficult to unravel, because for centuries the land was occupied by foreign empires. And again, I think the word concept fallacy comes into it, because the name for the territory, of course, is a different matter for the people, from the people that live there, or are the political ruling class. Words like Israel, words like Judea, words like Philistine, or Palestine, and all these kind of things, they mean different things biblically than they do now.
Yeah.
The concepts have changed only as recently as, again, like within the last 200 years, the very concept of what it means to have a religion, even called, and I won't say the name of the religion, but religion to do with Judea, I'll say that, right? That back in Jesus's time, there was no such thing as that religion. There was different religions. They might have been based on things like Zoroastrianism, and other various type of things, like, worshipping brazen bulls. And we want to, I'm saying that to get back into the idea of copper and bronze and Aeneas, who, I'd like to sort of talk about the allegorical aspects as well as the journey aspects, and the progenitor of a different era or eon in civilization and that kind of thing. So we can get back to that as well a bit. But is there a bit more that you wanted to say on the idea? I mean, I know you're sort of saying, look, we got to stop the infighting and that sort of thing. I don't, obviously it's not as easy as going, oh yeah, okay, let's just get along. But I accept the sentiment for the nice is a word that's not really good enough for anything, but it'll do for now. It's a nice sentiment, let's say, right? It's a worthy sentiment. But I think we both agreed that obviously things aren't as easy as that. We can't just click our fingers and we all just get along. But can we? So, but I mean, if I'll just say this, and then if you want to say what you're going to say, so just to sort of say that if we get to the bottom of some scientific facts, that may sort of automatically change people's perspectives, anyways. And what do you think of that?
Yes, that's kind of like, what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that like getting this information out there might help people understand more about the world we live in, and what it used to be, and how it wound up to be what it is, and give some kind of perspective to things. People get awful caught up, and it's like, it's back to that looking at a tapestry, but you can only see a tiny portion. Sometimes if you can see a bigger portion of the tapestry, it does change your position on things.
Yeah, that's a nice analogy. I like that. The standing back a bit and seeing more of the tapestry. You do have to stand back. It's great analogy. So I'll just look. I tell you what, we'll get back on the course, the journey of Aeneas. But I feel like we should acknowledge some of the comments. We don't have to go down too many rabbit holes. Just to say, I think this is a great conversation, and I'm really liking that people are throwing some ideas in there. It's a huge, rich tapestry, but just to sort of say, hermetic, we don't have to argue this necessarily, but it's there as a statement. From Australia is saying hermetic texts are from Egyptian Thoth.
Yes, I mean that's going to be where they originate. Absolutely, the tablets of Thoth. Thoth is considered one eye, and then you have the eye of Horus. Those two Egyptian eyes, that you always saw, like them in the movies. You'd see like in the Cleopatra movies, she'd have the eyes painted over hers. Those symbols, the eye of Ra, as they say. Well, one of them is Horus, and one of them is Thoth's eye, and Thoth is the one who came up with the Hermetic alchemy and all those kind of things. So yes, he's correct, absolutely.
Right, well, that's very good. And he's saying Club 33.3, Love, Thoth, and the One Eye. Exactly there.
Yeah, left hand.
Um,
That's where
yeah,
all
and look,
like comes from. You wouldn't have bleach or dishwashing liquid or any number of things that we have today. We wouldn't have, obviously we wouldn't have big pharma. Like big pharma is absolutely founded on the tablets of Thoth. And yes, Celine Dion does have a rare neurological syndrome for sure. All right. Do we still have our host? I think he's been muted. Anyway, I guess I can get back to
oh, I
Aeneas.
am sorry. I
Oh,
I
here we
am
are.
here. I didn't realize I was muted, but we're here. Yeah. As far as Lily's there, I did want to acknowledge as well, even though it's by the by, but you mentioned her clothing line. I was aware of that. Very unusual stuff, and there's some certain oddities to the way that it's presented, and she seems to definitely have. As we mentioned before, she seems to have sold her soul to the music industry, and then they gave her a sort of a nice side business with this clothing range, and she seems to have partaken of the um, that thing from this maybe downstream of the Sackler Institute, and she seems to be having a bit of palsy now. And as Donald Trump might say, I wish her the best of luck with that.
Absolutely, but that this is what happens when you make deals with Lucifer and his followers. He's a backbiting scorpion, and every time that you get something that you might perceive as good from him, he's always going to get you back in the end. Always.
Mm. Yes, you got to pay the piper in the end, and the devil always in these stories comes back. I was going to say looking for his pound of flesh, but that's a different story. I'll stop confusing all these different things, but it's maybe similar. But I didn't have to ready down there a picture of the Eye of Horus or Thoth, but maybe it's a good time to look at this picture before we move on, right? Seeing as just kind of came up, right? Because
Yeah.
it might not be as obvious, but in this picture we have the one eye symbolism here. Do you want to say? I don't want to upset anybody, but
Yes, with Odin, you have, very much kind of like with Horus. Horus loses the eye in his battle with Set, his first battle with Set, and then, he returns and defeats him the second time. Well, Odin has a kind of similar thing in that he cuts his eye out in order, to give to the wellspring of knowledge and with Mimir and, gain basically all the knowledge of the universe. And, then he does he hangs himself upside down for 9 days, doing a sacrifice of himself to himself, which is a weird concept, but it's just one of those things where you can start to see some similarities in this missing eye symbolism that's being used here. And I would say with these religions, as I said before, they all come from the same root. It's just like being cloaked in different disguises, you could say. Like it has different cultural cues and aesthetics and things like that, but the basics of the hermetic principles behind it are the same.
right. And just to put a fine point on it, I don't know whether other people feel the same as me, but it often frustrates me that people don't actually explicitly state what it is that they're driving at, and what we're driving at. Even if it's obvious, I think it needs to be stated is that this one eye symbolism, whether it's in Egypt, so the culture that we think is distinct from the Nordic type of culture of Odin and Thor, well, the same symbols are there, and I don't think it's any coincidence that the one-eyed symbol is there. And also that the trident that he's holding, I think, is reminiscent of the trident of Poseidon. And there's the triumvirate thing there, the threes, if you want to say there's the Masonic thing, and even the horse that he's riding on is given a bit of a one-eyed wink, wink there as well.
Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, and you have also that is absolutely identical, that little trident-looking thing he's holding there, to Indra's Vajra from Indian mythology. And you can see Viking swords with the swastikas all over the hilt and everything, and it's not just a coincidence in my mind that those things are there.
Excellent. Well, I mean, I think we'll get on to the swastikas at some point, all right, in this particular stream. We'll hold off on the swastikas just yet, right? But we'll definitely go there. And the other thing then is that you mentioned that the horse. I mean, I thought, they just must have been back in the old ancient days. Those unsophisticated people were terrible at drawing. I didn't know the name of the horse was. Would you say Slefnot? But they deliberately gave him 8 legs. Why is that? And what river is he crossing? Maybe.
I know he was like a mythical horse, and he's, I think it's supposed to indicate that he's faster than a regular horse. I know that's one of the things that the extra legs mean, and just different things. I can't remember exactly why the horse had 8 legs, but I know it's because he's faster than other horses.
I see. I see. Look, it's interesting for sure, and everything is multivalent. And I was going to guess, like, while it just sort of came up there and whatever, one thing leads to another. But could it be that he's crossing the blue Danube, the river Danube, on his horse, and that he's got 8 legs, so he can do it in his stride? Is that the idea, maybe?
Yeah, kind of like that, maybe. And it's kind of like I was explaining to you before. Like, this is another one of those treks, like what Aeneas took. They come from Atlantis and they go east, and then you have another cataclysm, another event that screws up their agriculture. And a lot of people think it might be the Black Sea when it became salty. It caused them to be pushed back west.
Mm.
And it's one of those things that, like, they leave a trace as they go. You can look at the landscapes, you can look at the cities that are there, and you can see this path that's been carved all the way across the landscape. You can follow it. Very much like with Aeneas, and that with Aeneas, that's what I wanted to get at with him, was the fact that he goes from there in the east, and he travels from Troy, and he goes down, and he dots around through there, and everywhere he goes, he leaves behind a legacy. The queen who falls in love with him, I think her name is Circe, there in Carthage. She ends up ending herself, and then once she ends herself, like, they kind of get a grudge, and then that's what ends up leading to his descendants that eventually become the Romans, like, having problems with Carthage. And all these things are interconnected, and none of these events in history just happened for no reason. There is historical context, and if these are all myths, then how come these other things in history that they do say happened, like the war with Carthage, why did they happen then?
Right.
What was the cause of it? If it wasn't over the queen there, or princess there, whatever, like, killing herself, then why was Carthage always, like, had this lifelong hatred for Rome? And all these kind of different things. And you'd also, this would pop back up later on when the Welsh king would be talking to Caesar, when Caesar comes to invade Britain later on. That's also tied to it, which is what would get us into later talking about King Arthur and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, and I guess we decided we're not going to get that far, but what we are saying is that it's all interrelated. And just in case we forget to say it later, is that the idea with the tribe of Dan is that this is one of the tribes of the 10 tribes of Israel, and that the tribe of Dan, it's tenuous. I grant people that, but there's a lot of things to do with Dan, and you are saying that it's at least a legitimate theory that the Danube is named after this tribe of Dan, and if I have a picture of it here, also Denmark, and the 10 tribes, there's the quote there about, well, Dan is just one of them, but also known in Irish, or maybe not just Irish, but Celtic languages, the Tuatha De Danann. So this is like Tuatha, I guess, is tribe of Danann. So either Dan or Danann, whatever, Daniel. And then, I'm reminded of, so there's Dan could be Denmark. So just change the A to an E. That's totally legitimate in transliteration between languages. And then Daniel and the lion. Look, I don't know, but maybe is that Daniel, the progenitor of this tribe of Dan? Have I got kind of all that right there?
Yeah, you're kind of going in the right direction. Like that's kind of what I was trying to build up with all this is okay, you have Aeneas. Well, the Trojans are also, descendants of the 10 tribes, lost tribes of Israel. You have the Celts who are also descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel that got lost. And, basically all these, it's like our history from Genesis on till now has it. We're still very much living this biblical story. This ancient history is very much still going on today beneath the surface, and people don't realize it.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I want to illustrate with all this is that there's a history here, and it's not the things going on today aren't just coming from nothing. There's an actual history here and a reason that we've gotten here.
I'm sorry if I skipped ahead, and it's so difficult to tell this in a linear fashion. Not just because we're doing it live, but because obviously people didn't just decide, look, I'll use the word track or trek, and I think that it's useful to note that just changing A to E means that like people aren't just on rails, they're not just on a railroad, but they can travel in different directions simultaneously. They can branch out, and if you have 10 different tribes, obviously they're going to go in different directions, and it's like a pilgrimage, and they don't necessarily do it in a linear order of time or as people.
Yeah, they intermix too. Like once they became the lost tribes, they diverged and became the Celts, and the Goths, and all these different tribes, the Albini, and all these different tribes like kept popping up and like fighting one another and absorbing one another, and then calling themselves something else after they move, and just all these different things have muddled our history. But what I'd like to do is like try to illustrate just a cursory through line for people and kind of give them some links and things to where they can look into it for themselves and start to maybe get an understanding of what happened in our history, and understand that what they're being taught in school isn't necessarily the truth.
Right. Now, there's perhaps a better picture to illustrate, talking about the idea that people can move around. And of course, they could sail over bodies of water. The Black Sea and the, I can't believe I forgot it now there. What's the other sea? That's like a large lake.
Like there's the Black
The,
Sea, the Aegean, the
Caspian.
Aegean and the Mediterranean are beside each other.
Yeah, I remember now. It's the Caspian Sea there, just so to the right of bottom right of Ukraine, right? So to put it a different way, sort of southeast of Ukraine is the Caspian Sea, and to the maybe southwest is the Black Sea. And obviously, people are going to have to go around that if they're on foot. Although, of course, they could have had ships, but depending on whatever your means or the way you want to go and what you want to carry with you, you're not necessarily going to be able to get. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, this map does illustrate pretty well like this idea of like us being a people there in the Levant area, Ukraine area today, and just like in these like this little cluster here, and then it just goes out in every different direction, and these people donate their DNA to every other culture on the planet pretty much. And which is basically like, and we're talking about even up to just back into like the 1800s, the Europeans were still colonizing places in Africa and India and other places and donating their DNA further. So we really are all interrelated in some which way, shape, form, or fashion, whether we like it or not.
Right. And look, while the arrows there don't necessarily authoritatively say exactly who went where from where, but it does give a general idea. And also, like, just because I was never particularly interested in geography or history, but Anatolia there is pretty much what we would call modern day Turkey, and below that there is Syria, or Assyria as it was known before. And then you go down a little bit more and you get into what would be Mesopotamia, Iraq, and well, Syria as well. And then, you know, you obviously have to the east there, getting back to the Mediterranean, you'd have you know, places like Lebanon, Palestine, Israel, and that kind of thing. So obviously there's people going up and down, and it's sort of like a geographical crossroads.
Yeah.
You can see Iran there, and but so I should mention as well there to the left or to the east of Anatolia, you've got kind of what is Greece. There was Sparta there, the sort of bottom part of it, and where it says Balkans there, you might have Bulgaria or Macedonia or some couple other countries like that, maybe Romania.
Mm.
And well, now I think especially like that, maybe look, Ukraine, the size of it was not always consistent. I know Poland used to have some of the territory that Ukraine had, but whatever is Ukraine, without falling too much into this word concept fallacy, that around the Black Sea, around the Ural Mountains, around the Caspian Sea, or other areas there like that, Urals, that, as you say, if they would have come up maybe from Mesopotamia, or just happened to be planted there because they came away from Atlantis, and that there was proper passage from the Mediterranean, the not the Adriatic, but I think you said it there, the other sea. What's that other sea? The Aegean Sea, I think it is.
From the Mediterranean to the Aegean, then on to land, and so on. Which, I mean, it's in our, like, you know, if you look at Europeans, we're called what? Caucasians, right? So we're Asians from the Caucasus Mountains. That's what we are.
Right.
It's right there in the name, Caucasian. And most people don't even realize that up until World War II, all Asian people were considered white.
I did not know that.
Yes, like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, they were all considered Caucasian.
And so, did people only after World War II, because the Japanese were considered to be bad guys, did their color palette only change then in popular culture after that? Was that the idea?
Yeah, that's exactly the idea, my friend. Like, we had them over here. We even had Japanese here in America that we put in internment camps, you know, all of a sudden, because, you know, they're different people. And it's like, well, no, they weren't a different people. Like a couple decades ago, even, you know, they were considered Caucasians that were, you know, that had extra Neanderthal admixture. They didn't know that it was the Neanderthal admixture at the time, but they knew that they had some other admixture in them. But they were, you know, I mean, you can tell by their skin tone, they're white. I
Well,
mean, you could say, you know, yellow, I guess, but they're white. They're just as white as somebody from Italy is. You know, an Italian person is kind of olive complexion, but we don't say that they're green.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely, you know, with Spanish people, Greek, Italians, you know, I would say that this word swarthy or olive skinned could definitely describe them. They look very distinct. Although, of course, people in northern Spain, the Catalans, and people from Andalusia, or not Andalusia, Asturias, and Portuguese people, they can look very Celtic with red hair and blonde hair and blue eyes and green eyes and that sort of stuff.
You look at Portugal. Portugal is the port of Gaul. And, you know, that's it. You know, the Gauls are, you know, related to the Gaels. You know what I mean? Like, so they're Celts too. So, you know, and that's kind
Sure.
of back a thing. These blue, like, if you go back far enough into the archaeological record, blue eyes centralize right there around Britain and the Canary Islands, and right there in the Atlantic. You know, if you go back far enough, blue eyes move all the way over there into the middle of the Atlantic. But as you go on, these blue eyes and light hair and light skin, along with the swastikas and the religions and everything else, all of a sudden appear. And with everything else, I mean chariots, the wheel, horses, like all of these things, like you don't find them at all in the archaeological record until the Aryans pop up. And, you know, when the Aryans pop up, you all of a sudden start seeing these big civilizations popping up again with, you know, all the religion and everything else. So, you know, they brought with them the horse and agriculture and all the things that make it possible for a large scale, sophisticated civilization to exist. With hunter-gatherers, you just can't get enough food to really give people enough free time to build something like that up. You have to have the free time to devote to high technology. You know what I mean? I mean, you look
Yeah.
at it now, just to run this stream. Look at how much time it takes for us to put this stuff together, and to do the stream and everything else. Everything takes time, and if you're hunter gathering, you ain't got time
Yeah,
for nothing.
absolutely. Which is why I thought that we could all live perfect lives as long as we could automate everything. But suddenly people kind of go, oh, but who's actually going to pay us? And then what does the concept of money even mean anymore if we've got no faith in governments or ourselves? But I won't get into that. I actually want to get into something. We're touching it there. Somebody mentioned the war. I think we might have got away with it. we'll definitely get into that deeper into that. But while it's on screen, I just don't want to let it go unspoken because it's there. That another way, of course, of at least sort of triangulating, corroborating, giving some supporting evidence to the idea that cultures people mix is with language through seeing the changes, the morphology in language. We'll probably get into more of it, as far as I think we will, as far as King Arthur and other stuff when we get to Britain. But I want to say thanks very much about mentioning that sometimes it's staring you in the face. Portugal is the port of Gauls. And of course, France, had Gauls there. And the French for Wales is the Pays de Galles, which is the country of the Gauls. So, of course, they were all sailing around between Portugal and Cornwall and Wales and certainly the southern tip of Ireland. And north of Spain and west coast Brittany or Britannia and the west of France. That is Little Britain. So absolutely, these names are sometimes staring us in the face, but because they're so familiar, we don't see them. And just for you to point out there, Portugal. If I did know it was the port of the Gauls or the Gaels or the Gallic peoples, I can't say that. Oh yeah, that was all. I always knew that. Certainly didn't always knew that. These things can be staring you in the face and you never notice it. And because of that, I just want to point out then. You can see how you just change a letter here or there, and particularly vowels, and you can go from brother to braher in Sanskrit, which is very like the Celtic Irish, but you have broer in Dutch, which if you just say it, you don't see it, brother or broer, or bruder, my bruder in German, or frater, my frater in Latin. It's all just change one thing for another, and F becomes BH in Greek, frater. So it's just people's accents.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's just like the 16 different dialects of Southern we have in the Southern American area there. The Southeast America of North America there, like we have 16 different dialects and they all kind of sound a little different, but all kind of sound the same at the same time, which I'd also like to touch on the fact that, like, we talked about that, the war and, the greater Little Hat Peopleville. If you take the greater Little Hat Peopleville map and you overlay it over the areas where our ancient ancestors kind of ruled over, like you see that pink area there, just take that pink area and make it encapsulate, Israel, and you will have greater Israel. And that's exactly what they're trying to build today. And, this goes back to what I was saying, they're rebuilding something here and there's historical precedent for it. And this is the picture I'm trying to build for people.
Yeah, and I again, it's difficult to have everything prepared as far as they don't really have anything to show Mesopotamia and Syria. Maybe that last picture was the best I have for now. But they are rebuilding something, as you said there, and I think that it's no coincidence that this is a long plan coming, whereby the British people had what was known as the mandate of the land, or maybe they called it the Palestinian mandate under the UN or the League of Nations for a while. They always knew that, like a game of chess, always useful to think of it in terms of Freemasonic, that you plan your moves ahead. Certain countries are different squares, and you capture that territory on the chessboard. And then you might be able to sort of say, I now control this territory of the chessboard. And again, I think it's useful because they might even, there could be many different reasons for wanting it, and one of them alone could be just that they happen to know that there are religious artifacts of great historical importance, DNA buried in caves. They might sort of say, we'd like to have that territory just for that prize alone, to be able to find or be able to search at our leisure people for these ancient people and test DNA, and be able to then maybe in the future, when we create the ability to be able to create new people from ancient DNA, we have it all there, so they have many different people working in different fields to put it all together eventually. These people are so forward thinking, they think over generations. The great work in Freemasonic thinking. Do you want to maybe run with that a little bit?
Absolutely, and they do think ahead that far, and it's absolutely mind-boggling sometimes how far ahead they can think. And not only that, but cover more than one base in that sense. They learn to control both sides of the fence. And it's that's kind of what at the same time of illuminating people to who our ancestors are and all that kind of stuff, I'm also, as I was saying before, trying to tie it into modern events. And that really is it. They are building something, as like we both have said, and it's extremely important to them for whatever reason. Just, it doesn't really matter if it seems like something that would be important to us. It's important to them to rebuild this little empire. And, it goes into also, all this goes into also the things that are happening today with the transhumanism stuff. Get into like the fact that if we're all like got to the way we are through interbreeding, right? If we all got that way by interbreeding, and we didn't just evolve from amoebas, or we didn't all start out as monkeys out of Africa, which I'll just tell you now, the past decade in all the colleges, all these Ivy League colleges and everything else, like it is starting to become like standard, standard part of the curriculum that the out of Africa theory is not true. So, and basically what that amounts to is that the elite have figured out that we're not going to evolve any more than what we can interbreed, or what our bodies can adapt, to whatever climate we're in based on what's already in our DNA to do. We're not just going to all of a sudden become the Superman. That's why you hear Yuval Harari say things like, it's now time for the human evolution of the humans, right? We're supposed to take charge of this, and they're going to do it themselves. And it's because like their presuppositions, their utopian presuppositions, and the fact that they think that humanity's starting from a point down here at the bottom and is climbing like a ladder to heaven. We're on our way to being divine in this physical world. With all these presuppositions, you start to see how like where they're at now is basically the only place they could wind up with their philosophy. It's one of those things that if Darwin is wrong, then that means we have to take control of the human evolution, because it's not going to happen without us doing it.
Well, that's fascinating, and I think there's a lot of deep thoughts to be had about that. That, as you say, people like the front man, Noah Yuval Harari, are talking about that we've reached a dead end, and we need to take over now and merge with machines, or synthesize certain things, and maybe transfer our consciousness or whatever. Something very, dystopianly sci-fi about it, depending on how you perceive it, and we should be worried. The other thing I just want to say, what it occurs to me, is that somebody put it very well in terms of computers, that organic human beings are like the basic input-output system, or the UEFI, or whatever you want to call it in modern terms, just the basic bootloader onto which now they plan to put a sort of a modern operating system. And so it very much, if we think of, sort of like, the standard IBM or computer PC compatible basic input output system, to think that we are just a bootloader, a primitive bootloader for the next generation of some kind of space traveling cyborg or whatever. Well, even if it would be capable of all these things that we're not, well, you you're no longer human, and then what are you? And then, we absolutely have to put the brakes on and sort of say, well, we need some thinking time before we jump into this. And I would rather be thought of as an archaic mechanical instrument, out of date, but still have something that cannot be replicated, but only ever virtualized. It's never going to be real. And the sort of allegorical or metaphorical comparison there, to removing the essence, try to transfer something as a copy of a copy, but something never gets carried across in the translation. It terrifies me, but I'm glad that you brought up that philosophical aspect for everyone. I hope that they chew on it, and realize that we might fight back when they've put this digital prison around us, but I feel that we owe a duty to people born, let's say, from 2030 or 40 or 50 onwards, whenever they really create this digital virtual reality world on top of the analog world that we have now. People will be born into it, never know that there's a digital prison around them, and I feel that we owe them something not to allow them to be born into that. I think we have to stop it. I'll just say the phrase "pulling the plug." I think we have to find a way of pulling the plug before that happens.
Like, it would be nice if we could. That I will definitely say that it would be really nice if we could. I hope so. Like, I'm going to fight it one way or the other, whether we can pull the plug before everything comes down the pike, or it has to be done after the fact. One way or the other, it has to come down. We cannot allow this world, dominating force to come to fruition. And this brings me back full circle to where we were at. They talk about the Greeks, the role the Greeks played, like in the last time that these people tried to take the world over all those thousands of years ago. The Greeks stood up and fought them back. And we're all part of that lineage. Like, if they did it then, we can do it now. Like, yes, the odds are a little bit stacked against us, but aren't they always when you're like in these kind of situations?
Yeah, they are stacked against us, against terrible odds. Like all the Greek legends, they faced terrible odds, but they somehow surmounted or overcame them. Which maybe will lead us back in here. I didn't mean to jump the gun and kind of go on about Odin there, but I think just the point, to put a fine point on Odin, is that we can trace the movement of people by the cultural sort of symbology, as well as the language, as well as the geography. The names of places is hidden there. There's a lot of these kind of things, and then of course the DNA, which I think we'll get onto, but maybe after this. And I don't know whether to take a break. It seems like we're going at a hectic pace. I definitely do want to put a little bit more around what Aeneas is and his journey. And I accidentally, like you talked about his first wife dying in the sacking of Troy, as they call it. I don't know whether they call it sacking, but Troy basically being leveled or razed to the ground and on fire and all that kind of thing. And but he then had a second wife, or maybe more than two, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, we can put a bit more on that. But I wonder, like, I'll give you the choice. Would you like to continue with that, or will we take a few more comments? Because I know there's a few more comments we've gone through, and I haven't really looked at them. I don't want to skip on to the next page. It's a great problem to have, but I don't want to sort of feel like people's contributions aren't getting brought in if there's anything relevant, So what will we do?
Well, I suppose, like, I'll finish up with like Aeneas's little story here, and we'll move to then the comments, then to the next leg. How's that sound?
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Well, with Aeneas, as like stated before, Troy falls. He takes Hector's sons. Hector is dead, killed by Achilles. Achilles is also dead, along with a whole bunch of other heroes that die in the Trojan War, which is, part and parcel, I do believe, to the Bronze Age collapse as well. Like, that had something very big to do with it. I think they basically bankrupted themselves fighting this war, because all of the Mediterranean joined in on that war because of the treaty, between Sparta and all of these Greek city-states and everything. So it drugged the whole the whole civilized world was drugged into this stuff at the time. And but after that all falls, Aeneas carries his father out on his back, dragging along with Hector's family and some other Trojans, and he's setting out to find them a new place to stay. and he ends up doing all kinds of things on his journey. One of them being meeting the queen, who did off herself, as we talked about before. But also on that trip, he ends up basically founding, what would end up being the Etruscan society, which would then go on to become the Romans, and so on and so forth. You can see his little trip here, where he runs down from up there where Troy is, and he goes down to the to Pergama, and like down through up to the Aegean, and around the tip of Italy there. Like, he stops at Carthage, goes back to Italy, and then he stops right there in about the middle of Italy, and that's around about, I think, where the Etruscans are supposed to be, isn't it? Isn't that
Yeah,
about Etruscan? The Etruscan civilization was centered.
yeah. I think Etruscan is a lot of the territory of northern Italy, or thereabouts, where the square is there, and above that too. I think the particular square there, I think we all know that Latin was the language, at least the official language of Rome. And yet, like, we might say, but why wasn't it called Roman then? Just the Roman language? I mean, I guess it is, but it's written there as Laurentium, but I guess it's after this region called Latinum, and I think the woman that he then married, her name then was Lavinia. So Lavinia and Latinia and Latinium, and the king Latinus. So all of that is, to do with the Etruscans, I think, as well, right? I think that they weren't a million miles from there. I think it was maybe a sort of a small territory or city state, and then the region above them, including Rome, maybe at the time. But I remember listening to these other historians, the Welsh historians, Blackett and what's the name of the guys?
Oh, Wilson and Blackett. Yes.
Wilson and Blackett, thanks. So I think they were saying that it was Etrurian rather than, but nowadays we'd call it Etruscan, but Etrurian there as well, and that they were their own culture as well. So you know the way it was, right? So again, like, I'm not so good in this, but I think we kind of know that, like, different cities were city states, so
Yeah.
that Venice and God, there's another one, Florence. They were
Yeah.
two huge city states, maybe even before Rome.
Yeah, like all these little, I mean, they changed names, but they were obviously already settlements, like way before Rome was ever a thing. But, basically what it comes down to is, the Trojans, after they lost their home, they were promised, that, like, they would go to Latium and make a home there. And, that's what they eventually end up doing, is, going to Latium and founding what would eventually become the Roman race, right? But, like, that's not really the end of it. After that, they do go on, they go beyond that and go further west on to Britain.
Right, and I suppose what we're going to say is, like, we'll do the whole Britain part next week. But just to me, like, the whole idea is fascinating, and there's a noble aspect to it. But we have to mention as well that it's considered that the Roman poet, or maybe poet doesn't probably describe him, writer, and also historian. I guess, like, you could be all three things, and they mightn't have made too much of a distinction. But he would have been like a poet laureate, in that he was sponsored by the king of Lavinia, or if not, sorry, the emperor of Rome. To Virgil was sponsored, or what's the word, that you patronize somebody by giving them money, to sort of say, we'd like you now to write a glorious history of the foundation of Rome, and then talk about all this, sort of almost like ordained by the gods, that people came to you in visions, that your original dead wife went, hello, I'm in your dreams, and you need to go to Italy and marry a beautiful woman there. I'll be all right, don't worry about me, kind of thing. Isn't that the idea?
Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. And, it is kind of sad, but that is kind of how it goes, isn't it? But either way, that, all of these, like, all of these events like go on to they go on to spur on further events, which go on to spur further events, which eventually lead us here. That's the thing I want to stress the most, is that these events are important, not only because it involves our ancestors and whatnot, but because, like, without these events, we wouldn't be where we're at now. We wouldn't have this Roman Empire. We wouldn't have the West being what it is, or any of that. All of this would have been impossible without these events happening, which is further illustration that that the mainstream history has to be wrong. Because if they delete these events, they've basically deleted everything we know to be true about what has happened over the past few thousand years. Like, it would upset the whole thing. They contradict themselves.
Yes, and look, I'm glad you sort of brought something back on track there again as well, sort of say that. Well, first of all, I'll reiterate the principle that you've just stated there, which is that if a canon, in other words, a collection of stories which are either mythological, legendary, or considered to be matters of fact, that even if people are saying it's history, there's going to be a tendency, as all humans do, like people talk about the victor writes the history. There's going to be obviously a tendency of people to sort of say, we want to be put in a good light. We want it to be that we were the heroic people. So there's going to be elements of truth there, but you always have to sort of say, well, okay, what might their biases have been? And when you read through it all, because maybe different writers might contribute, or you might be given a task that is contradictory from the outset, to sort of say, we want us to be the heroes, but at the same time, we want it to be that we were put upon by other people, that we were victims at the same time. And you might sort of say, well, which are you? Are you the heroes or the victims or whatever? It's just something, it's just by example. And so you end up seeing that there are things that contradict within it. And that's when you have to ask questions. But I guess I would say as well is that there are always going to be, at the very least, elements of truth. And, as you said, from missing history, they might just say, look, there's a big sort of body of what we want to say is the journey that we'd rather just leave out. We don't know yet how to make that fit with the rest of it, so we'll just leave it out. And hence, you do have periods of time that are missing from history, and that can explain that people just say, look, we just won't record that aspect. We'll just sort of sweep that under the carpet. Do you want to expand on that a bit more, maybe?
Yes, well, I mean, that's exactly what they do, and it's just like I had to correct somebody. I think it was last night. I was watching something on history and stuff like that, and they were talking about how Ogham was the only writing system that's really left from ancient Britain or whatever. And I remember telling him, it's like, no, the Welsh writing system and language is still there, but the English crown tried to wipe it out with the Blue Book scandal, and and banning it from being spoken in government buildings and in court and in schools. And they even recently they've tried to stamp out our history, like within the time period that we've had video cameras and stuff. This has just been like in the 80s with the Blue Book scandal.
Right. I mean, again, I guess we're just going to have to cover that next week. But seeing as you mentioned it there, I mean, the people, the historians, who are considered to be like either, well, renegade historians or crackpot historians, if they've been painted, or certainly amateurs who are grasping at straws. That's what all the establishment say. But these people, Barham and Blackett, they say we're the only people who actually go out into the field and gather evidence from archaeological sites. And obviously, if they're upsetting apple carts, people are going to be upset about that. We don't have to necessarily believe Barham and Blackett entirely, but at the
No.
same time, we do know that there's an establishment who feel that, just emotionally speaking, they control academia, and they don't want to have to sort of say, oh, damn it, these rank amateurs showed us up. But to your point about writing systems or alphabets, yeah, I think I don't have any pictures, but we'll get onto that, I think, as well next week. That there was an original sort of Welsh alphabet that was totally different, as you would imagine, as you'd expect, from the Roman alphabet that we all inherited. And as you said, you pointed out to somebody, it wasn't the only sort of glyphology or runic stones. I mean, I think in Irish, like, we would say Ogham, we wouldn't pronounce the GH, but whatever way, Ogham, ohm stones. I never even considered that it was an alphabet. But of course, what is an alphabet? It's signs and symbols. Whereas with the Welsh alphabet, it was more like what you might have seen from Phoenicia, or even from what we'd recognize as the Hebrew script, or Aramaic. It was more just straight lines carved into things, more or less. Was that the idea anyway?
It's more pictographical in a sense. Yes, it's closer to something like Egyptian or Etruscan, and that's kind of like, that's kind of what I'm building this up for, is, trying to paint a picture of exactly, who all of us, like us colonists, you could say, are, who all, like all of us British folks are, we're all over the world. So, it might be do us well to know exactly who we are and where we came from.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have another picture there, which I just might as well sort of say here. And I think I don't want to be putting it off too much, but definitely get onto the old symbols of the magic whirlwind that's all over Asia, and is sort of banned from Europe, but it was in America as well. But just want to say here, you mentioned the Caucasians and the Ural Mountains, of course, and there's Uralic languages there, and I just show people there that going up one direction by the Caspian Sea through Hungary and Finland, that's a way you can sort of reasonably surmise that that's why Finnish is considered to be part of the branch of languages known as Uralic, 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 so that Hungarian and Finnish, or Suomi, as I think as they say, is there are similarities there, and maybe one of the Baltic states as well. I think maybe you might as well just bite the bullet now and get onto it there as well. So we say that, father, Vader, I like that, as in Darth Vader, and Vater and Pater for father. There's a few other words, those things below it, they're just signs and symbols. I think it is called a magic windmill, and in Sanskrit it's called something else.
Like it's the four winds. It's called a lot of different things, but either way, it's from one end of the globe to the other. There's not like one single country I know of, or land I know of, where you don't find things. That's one thing Funny Mustache Man and his people weren't wrong about. This is what they were studying, that got them to start coming up with some of the hypotheses that they did. Once you start going all over the world and you start seeing the same kind of like temples roughly, and the same kind of religions roughly, and the same symbols exactly, pretty much, and and another thing is, you see like this one down here from Ethiopia. Another thing they don't tell you is if you were to see that picture blown up, right beside it there in that building would be a 6-pointed star. So those symbols have always occurred together. The 6-pointed star and the swastika. They are not two separate opposing ideas. They are ideas that are meant to associate with one another.
Right. And just like you might sort of say, imagine if somebody said, oh, you're not allowed utter or name a letter of the alphabet, or put it near another letter of the alphabet. Absolutely ridiculous. So what it is all of these things are just different mental traps where they're trying to say, do not think in this direction. Don't also think here. Don't make mental associations between this thing and the other thing, because they want to put as many roadblocks in the way of us understanding the complete picture, or standing back far enough to examine the tapestry from different directions. And I'll say it while we're on it, because we're just examining, ancient alphabets and symbology. I'll say the name of the group which used as its symbol the combination of the symbol we're looking now at, and what is this? The six-sided star. the six-sided star, which was the Aurelian group, which combined that hexagonal star, and that Sanskrit symbol there. So, I mean, and again, I know that I'm being trepidatious here a little bit. I don't mean to be overly, but I think it was only for that couple of weeks, I'm guessing, that people did not want that rapper. Kanye West, and I know, and I'm putting all these things. I'll stop now, but I just think people didn't want, the powers that be just sort of said, we want to arrest completely that direction of examination. But we've already stated that it's part of our sort of philosophy and our mindset that we absolutely refuse to be told what we can and can't think or conjecture or put together or examine or look at or whatever.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's, in my opinion, what they're trying to cover up is the fact that we all share a combined history. And, what that would mean would more than likely start to dismantle like what they built. I mean, because it contradicts them in so many different places, it would simply undermine the whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing would fall apart. It would undo this whole idea that we're the first ones to come up with this technology. It'd be like, nope, we had it before. Cataclysm took it from us, but we had it before. This whole idea of World War II and, oh, well, these bad guys hurt these other guys and all that. And it's like, no, it wasn't quite like that. It's like, both of those groups got together and eradicated some of their own on both sides. It's like, if you don't believe that, just look up a little thing called the transfer agreement, or in Hebrew it's the Havara agreement. Just look that up and you'll see that that was a team sport, folks. It wasn't at all what they paint for us. And
yeah, just the fact that there was a mutual agreement, there was a meeting of minds, there was cooperation between people, and that the parties that made the agreement and the people then that were moved, they all sort of said, yeah, well, we've managed to either compromise or work out a solution that's all in our best interests. I mean, if somebody said to me, you're living in northern Germany and would you like to go to this lovely Mediterranean place, brand new country, we'll give you some land, I would have gone, woohoo, yes, sign me up. So I wouldn't have felt that I was being pushed out or persecuted, and again, I absolutely reserve the right, as other people should, to wonder how they might feel about certain things.
Yes. Well, I mean, there's been, people of that particular religious, description there that have said it themselves that, funny mustache man did them a favor by creating Israel, and it because he did. Like, they most certainly did. Like, it was those goose stepping, evil people that created, the state of Israel to begin with. And that's a hot button topic, but I really don't care. The Havara agreement happened. It's a thing. It's a historical fact. You can look up a guy, his name is Edwin Black, and he wrote a book on it. Even it's called the Havara Agreement, I do believe. But it basically lays it all out and explains, what the deal was, the whole idea about, well, we'll send them down here and then they'll send goods back and that'll benefit both parties. And, the ones that don't want to go or play along, whether they be, Germans or Jews or whatever, then they would just get rid of them. And that's really what it comes down to. It's like, it was not just the tiny hat people that he put in camps. It most certainly was gypsies and Catholics and anybody who disagreed with him. They just chose to make it this dialectic between funny mustache man and tiny hat people there, so that they can play this game and hide behind that word anti-Semite and point the finger at other people. And I think this is one of the reasons why this kind of history is covered up, because once you find out that the swastika and that six-pointed star belong next to each other in history, once you start to find out all this stuff and find out that the Celts and the Germans are the 10 lost tribes of Israel and everything, you start to find out, wait a second, they're the same people. Could they be working together? Could they
Right.
have fooled us both, or fooled us all, like both of them working together? Like, could they have fooled us all? And yeah, I think the answer is very much yes. I think we, like the whole world, had the wool pulled over its eyes, and this whole time, both groups have been working together because they know that they're family.
Right. So again, I mean, I'll just say a few things definitively, and then you can put a finer point on that if you like, in case people can't see, either because they're listening back or because it's just not clear on the screen. All of these different variations on the theme of the swastika there are seen in places like, say, Japan, Ethiopia. There's a Thracian one with the sort of two-headed eagle looking on both sides. Thracia, as far as I know, is sort of kind of between Turkey and Greece, or that kind of area up there. But also Native American Indians had this symbol as well, and although they were kind of told, "Oh, listen, we wouldn't mind covering up some of those on your totem poles after World War II," even though those people were code talkers. And so on, and part of the war effort as far as encryption and code. Well, anyway, you get the idea. Code talkers. So, and then in Tibet, there it is, Navajo. So, an Etruscan, which is what we're saying is basically that area of northwestern, roughly, or the west coast and north of Italy. And in case I didn't say it, just reiterate that the founding myth of Rome is that basically we're saying, so just to recap a little bit, is that people from Troy, people from Greece, people from Mesopotamia, people from the Ural Mountains, the Black Sea, people from Rome, the Celts, whether the Celts were there already and came from the west, and then were pushed out a bit or whatever, is that there was definitely some interbreeding. Is that it's difficult to separate everybody, but that you're saying is that whatever we all are an amalgamation of, is that there are certain people within who maybe have more of an insight into why they've decided. Maybe it's just, look, we have an agreement. We have a secret agreement. We were able to do funny handshakes. We're able to recognize each other some way. Maybe one day we'll go into a bit more about how you think that is. But that you cannot make any very clear distinctions about them, because I will say, like, while everybody is always wanting to say it's them, I do know that there's plenty of our own people in our own societies, in our own cultures, who we think are our own people, our own brothers, our own cousins, our own compatriots, who are perfectly willing to join the gang to sell us out.
In a heartbeat.
So I'm not trying to equivocate. I want to be very clear about this. I'm not trying to say, oh, so, throw my hands up in the air and say, no, nothing can be distinguished from anybody else. We're all exactly the same. No point in trying to make any clear distinctions. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to equivocate. But I am saying that we have to have a much more finely tuned instrument. We have to have, keep going with our discernment. It's not as simple as we'd like it to be, because there are people working together, whether it be, and like as we get on to now examining, I don't want to be teasing it either, but to be getting a bit more into the very specifics about what it is they found in the cave and the DNA and the people that working there. I've already said their names, but we'll go over it again. But I just wanted to make sure we haven't left everything out. So we're saying that from as far as the Americas to as far as Japan, so we have really covered the whole world. I don't know there if we can say that any of these symbols have been found on rocks down as far as, say, the southern part of Africa, but maybe I know that there's a lot of the same kind of geology there where things are scratched into them, and it's difficult for me to know what's modern, what isn't. But these things are scratched into rocks, in places like we might recognize them as the same symbols and the same alphabets all over the place. Obviously, there's going to be people who want to forge stuff, and other people who say, "Oh no, that's more recent than whatever." I don't know, but we have to at least consider it. Do you want to say a bit more on that, and then we move on?
Well, I mean, the fact is, being a part Native American myself, like, there was supposed to be no contact with Europe. You know what I mean? So how did Native Americans way over here, because you got Aztec there, you have Anasazi, you have Navajo. That's a pretty good dotting around the North American and, Mexican, South American peninsula there. Like, you got Peru over there. Like, if there was no contact, how did everybody come up with the exact same symbol everywhere? And the Bible tells us, that there was the empire of Babel that, like, fell apart when we tried to build the Tower of Heaven, right? Like it was, cast into 1,000 pieces or whatever, broken apart, and our language was twisted or whatnot. So, for me as an Orthodox Christian, this is just more evidence that, that story's true. This is the ancient, that ancient, Sumerian Anunnaki religion like type stuff being, projected all across the planet. And, we've all kept little pieces of it here and there. There might be some differences on the surface, but like I was saying before, when you get down to the root, it's really the same root, clad in different, different garments, basically. Just a different veneer.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry for being muted there. I just thought maybe I would find a picture to show people the Tower of Babel, seeing as like it is part of like a sort of the foundational myth of a lot of things, and just to show people like how.
If you look at the Tower of Babel, how it's usually shown, it's a ziggurat. And what's a ziggurat? A ziggurat is a step pyramid, very much like the ones you would see in South America or anywhere else.
Yeah, you can definitely see the pyramid there, and this idea of maybe like you could maybe feel like, I mean, obviously, like who knows, right? But it's represented there. It says by Bruegel, circa 1563. Of something you might be able to say is cylindrical, but look, certainly there's no doubt about it. But that like there's two.
Well, that's an impressive painting from a European who hadn't actually been there to see what a ziggurat looked like. But now we know what ziggurats look like, and we know what the Babylonian, Sumerian religion was. So it's the mystery religion, just like what was the mystery religion everywhere else. But
yeah, but regardless of whether, I just want to say, regardless of whether it's a sort of a square pyramid type thing, or whether it's cylindrical, like there's no doubt but that the people who designed and implemented the European Parliament there in Strasbourg in France, or maybe it was Germany at one point, but regardless, we know what they're trying to say. What they are saying is that we're carrying forth the idea of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, Babel, you can call it the Tower of Babel, you can call it ancient Babylon, you can call it ancient Atlantis. Like, that's the word concept fallacy we have the most trouble with, because modern academia has named all these different ancient peoples different names without really ever, being able to consult with them. It's not like we can go back and ask them and be like, hey, what would you call yourself? Would you call yourself the same as these people that you look just like over here? Or would you call yourself somebody different? Do you somebody different because you live in different cities? But like, considering you have the same ancestors, it's kind of like, like with Native American tribes here in America, those of us that shared heritage and stuff, like, we were fully aware of it, and we intermarried back and forth, just like with the Scottish clan system. You would intermarry back and forth with the clans that you were allied with, right? So it, like, would they have all called themselves something different? Maybe not.
Well, I do take your point that we may be like the way that we think of certain things, that there's some very broad brushstrokes about, like, when people just think of certain concepts. People think of Paris, they might think of the Eiffel Tower and nothing much more than that. And even though at that time it was like sort of a World's Fair thing, I think around 1880, and it was only supposed to be temporary, so goes the story. And I think a lot of Parisians might be very annoyed that that's all that people think about, croissants and Eiffel Tower, and they might say like we're not only so much more than that. We would like to have nothing to do with that. We don't even like the association or whatever. Why isn't there other things people think of? And as far as I just want to say then, the concept fallacy, we think of something that ultimately gets destroyed. But at the same time, of course, Babel and Bible, and the idea of putting something, a book or a written record, or also to babble means to speak, but also to speak in a way that's just all of no consequence. So maybe what they're saying there is, we'll build this building, we'll put all these people in there, they can just talk to their heart's content, but it doesn't matter because it's a huge distraction, because we'll be over here in Davos creating digital passports and CBDCs for you.
Yeah, well, the Tower of Babel, from what I understand, it's like a 7-layer level ziggurat that is a it's supposed to be the living the physical representation on Earth of like the 7 planetary deities, the celestial deities and all that kind of stuff. A tower to heaven. It's a religion that preaches that you can become perfected and become a living God, all this kind of stuff. So in the metaphorical sense, it is a tower to heaven, but some people have even said that maybe it could have been a rocket for all we know. And for all intents and purposes, to me it doesn't matter whether it was a ancient Anunnaki rocket or if it was a ziggurat, or if it was a ziggurat that had an ancient Anunnaki rocket taken off from the top of it. It doesn't really matter. It's all the same idea, whether it was 100% physical or part physical actually happened and part metaphorical. It's still trying to get across the same idea. You get me?
Sure. Okay. And again, because this slide is nice, this picture, I kind of figured, like, with the idea of, a talking shop, of course, it would be silly if I didn't just mention very briefly, although everybody probably knows already, but, just to say that it's people with lots of different languages all coming together to try and talk or communicate and be interpreted, have interpreters or whatever. But the language there, what we guess we're saying is that, there's a progenitor race, and out of the Aryan race came different languages, from Sanskrit to Celtic to Germanic, Teutonic, whatever you want to say, the Romance languages from Spanish and all that other stuff. It's sometimes what they call the Proto-European language, the PIE, or Proto-Indo-European.
Aryan only means noble. That's just that's what people called them and what they called themselves at the time that they conquered places like northern India, for example. And you showed that picture the other day where it showed the distinct difference in the looks between someone from northern India and someone from southern India, right? Like they are distinct peoples.
Right. Well, maybe
this is because of them having different amounts of that admixture we were talking about.
Right. Well, maybe you want me to have a look and see if I can find it, put on screen. I mean, it's, again, I'll sort of just remind people, like, nobody's making any casting any aspersions. It's just, something to do with, if you're northern, you're not going to get as much sun. But the distinction there is different, because I know that I think of Indians as being very different. But I wouldn't necessarily have made, maybe if you are Indian, you do make a distinction between Dravidian and, look, I don't know, Brahmian is closer to what's Aryan there. I don't know. I've only not really familiar with these terms. Do you want to say a bit about it?
Well, yeah, like the caste system, it was taken over from Atlantis, like we were talking about with the ring system and all that. And, we have to put ourselves in the mindset of ancient peoples. You have peoples living that were, living like tribes in the Amazon do today. They use bow and arrows, and, they were hunter-gatherers and all that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, people come along, bring technology, horses, agriculture, and all these different things that made people's lives better, popped up. And then they shared their DNA with them. Yes, there was a caste system employed and all that kind of stuff, but as times went on, the caste system has been destroyed, and we've kind of basically all been intermixing ever since without the caste system being in place. So, it back in the time, like, it's understandable why people would see them as gods with a little g who brought them all this crazy technology. I mean, imagine, we have high technology now, but imagine if, like, back in the 80s or whatever, back when before we had all this super high technology that we do now, just imagine if, like, a race of people just popped up out of nowhere and brought us, like, spaceships and laser beam rifles and, 0-point energy and all that kind of stuff. Imagine if somebody did that all of a sudden, how we would view them, right? Just imagine how we would look at a race that did that. Like, we might would venture to call them gods with a little g, mightn't we? They came from the heavens. They brought us stuff. Like, they're telling us they came from the heavens. They touched down on mountaintops from the heavens. That's where they say they came from, and they just conquered us anyway. So, I mean, really, we kind of got to go with what they say. So, okay. And then the caste system was, boom, in place. And it was like this in, it was like this in the Aztec world. It was like this in ancient India. It was like this all over the place. They had this, same Atlantean caste system, that Plato describes it, like, Plato describes it laid out exactly how these caste systems were laid out. So all that tells me is that, well, they modeled these caste systems off the Atlantean caste system then. It's just a continuation of that. And, but now, like I've been saying, we've not been living under that in most of the world for a very long time. And that's what I say, like, none of us are really all that much better than the other. Like, if you look at us on like skin deep, but we all have been given gifts by our ancestors that make us good at different things. And, that's another reason I don't think that this CRT stuff is good for us, because the only way to really tell who's good at what these days is not by their color, but by actually putting them to the test, because, who knows what all they've got in them.
Well, of course, the CRT thing isn't good. It's intentionally corrosive rhetoric from certain people. It does seem to originate from. I'm going to say that, like, just to, for the point of discussion, not because I'm reluctant, I will admit, on an emotional level, to sort of say, well, we're all just the same and we all have different skills. I will reiterate, though, that obviously, I'm not going to be able to survive very well in an environment that is extremely warm or extremely humid, or where it's very dry or whatever. Equally, I won't survive very well where it's very cold either, So I certainly don't have any ideas about myself being superior. And anyway, I would say that it's a fallacy, because it's only, that the animal, a human animal, and I know people don't like hearing that, it should be well adapted to its environment for its own physical survival. I would like, and I guess I have this in common with, the people who consider themselves to want to become sort of silicon, or programs to merge with silicon and create their consciousness in some kind of form that can be electronically or communicated by light, optics even, across the universe. I know that my physical body isn't very well suited to survival outside of very specific temperature ranges and environmental conditions. So I want to just sort of say I don't have any ideas about myself in that way. But at the same time, I do think that there are differences between people. So I'll just sort of disagree with you, at least for the point of view of that aspect.
Well, I mean, I know there are differences. There most certainly are differences in people, but my point is, like, you can't just, with everybody, you can't broad brush it and, just look at someone on the surface and be like, well, you're this color, so you're only going to be able to do this. Like, the magic sauce, like, that gave us the abilities that modern upright walking human beings have, to do mathematics and all these complex things, and the agriculture and everything, that, like, basically everyone on the planet has, like, they got a little bit of that, and it's enough to make us different than the chimpanzees or whatever. It's enough to make us not just an animal. We're something more than that, right? So, all of us have some of it. It's just a different proportion. But, like, because we're all mixed like we are, we don't really, without really analyzing our DNA and then testing our skills and everything, a meritocracy is, like, what I'm saying is, a meritocracy is the only way to truly know what someone has in them to do or not. Like, we all, obviously, due to our genetics and our heritage, which has to do with our color and everything, of course, like, we all do have tendencies. Some of us are more prone to aggression. Some of us are bigger. Some of us are smaller. Some of us are more prone to, not being aggressive and being a little cuckish, maybe. Like, some of us are better dancers. Some of us play ball better. Some of us are better leaders and administrators and things like that. Some of us are better at mathematics and building things. But because we've intermixed so much now, like, there's a little bit of that, like, scattered around everywhere. And my point is, like, a meritocratic society where everyone gets like a fair shake, like to start, to not be held back or anything like that. Everybody gets to start with the same, at the same level and show what they got. I think that that's the only way that anything can even be close to fair, or like we can ever come close to knowing what somebody should or shouldn't do. It's kind of one of those things where I feel like people should be, encouraged to go the direction that best suits them and their skills. I think we should
Okay.
have a system that does that better. Some way of, testing someone holistically, like completely, and, including what they would like to do and their interests, but also their height, their weight, their genetics, and all these different things. And, I mean, could you imagine like what kind of society we could have if like everything was meritocratic and like everybody everybody was able to like invest their time into the things that they were not only most interested in but most suited for, right?
Okay, well, I definitely did not want to have an ideological sort of debate about this, but seeing as you brought it up, like I'll have to say that idealistically speaking, conceptually speaking, hypothetically speaking, oh yes, it would be great if we had a meritocracy where everybody started from the same point, and then just we channeled everyone to whatever their best skills were. But I think we've already had that experiment. We know that people will pull the race card and all that sort of stuff just as soon as they don't get their way, and they'll claim that they're being held down. And equally, I would say, if somebody had responsible parents who worked hard and wanted to make life better for their children, why shouldn't their children have a head start? We shouldn't just go, oh well, we need to hold those people back then and take from them and give to others. I just think we have to be very careful there about like getting into these idealistic notions, because if we do, then what we have is exactly communism and the kind where they sort of say we need to cut everybody off at the knee so that we're all starting at a fair crack. We just have to be really careful, and that's all I'll say in response to that. Just we have to be very careful, and that's part of just I'm not getting confrontational about it, but it just has to be said in response to that. And the other thing that I want to address your point is to the idea of technology suddenly changing people. And I just wanted to mention very briefly, because it's so appropriate to what you mentioned, which is the idea of, which ran through all of Star Trek, the idea of the Prime Directive, which was that they ought not to interfere with people who are considered to be more primitive in technology, and not suddenly give people a cultural or paradigm shifting technology, because it would always have an unintended effect, which is going to be largely negative. You think if you give somebody free energy, or you think if you give somebody unlimited food or the ability to travel almost instantly, you would think, oh well, that'll just make their lives better. No, unfortunately, because human nature being what it is, they're going to use it to subjugate other people or attack other people or whatever, and so just the whole idea, even though I would never have considered myself to be a Star Trek aficionado, there is certainly high philosophy hidden in what just people might have thought was just sort of entertainment or drama.
Yes, well, like I was saying, I think you misunderstood my point a bit. Like, I'm definitely not even trying to go in any kind of communist direction. Like, exactly the opposite. I think a meritocratic society where everyone is given according to what they can achieve, like, is a very different thing. I'm saying everybody gets to start at the same starting line, which is what America was supposed to be.
Well, I just want to be very clear. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying everybody gets to start at the same starting line, because what that would require people to do would be to say, you had good parents, you had bad parents, no fault of the people who were born to bad parents, so we're going to have to then push you back in order that everything has, an equal opportunity.
No. The same starting line would mean you have the same opportunities. It means that you both have the opportunity to go to college if you want to. You both have the opportunity to learn things if you want to. You both have the opportunity to apply to be an astronaut or the president if you want to. But whichever one of you is better at it is the one that's going to get to go, no matter if you have money or you don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, it shouldn't matter how much money you have when it comes to a meritocracy. That's the starting line you should get to start at. Everybody should have the option of trying out for the team. Nobody has the guarantee of getting a position on the team or even getting to play, but you do all get a shot. And I think that is the most fair way to do anything, is to give everyone the same shot and then let things shake out according to what they, under their own power and skill, can accomplish. That's a very different thing than the communistic idea of arbitrarily like pulling somebody back or pushing somebody else forward to get them to the same starting line. No, you just give all of them the same shot at the, at the finish line. Like you just let them run and see who gets there first. Like if they've got more money and it helps them out, then so be it. That's part of the thing that they were born into that gave them an edge. Well, like the poor person has to find what edge they have. And that's kind of what this whole thing about who we are and who our ancestors are is all about. Like, you don't need to be born into money to become a hero. You don't need that stuff to become like something great. Like, it helps. Obviously, having a lot of money would help you get somewhere great, but it's not the only way to get there. And if people would just understand that no matter what color you are, you have the blood of heroes pumping through your veins, maybe they wouldn't want so much to hold other people back so that they could go forward.
Well, I mean, again, I'll say, like, I definitely did not want to have an ideological argument about it. And but just to remind you as well, like, I'm not getting, how would you say, confrontational about it. But like, what I would say is, like, I kind of would agree with you, like, in a sort of notional, hypothetical sense. But, like, I think we all know that, like, people aren't born into families with the same amount of money. So that if we would say, well, people should have a fair crack at the whip, and exactly what that entails and means to different people. In other words, like, if you want to go study this, you should be able to study that. Like, we know that people will make poor decisions, and there's, resources. Even if we had infinite money and energy, it's still finite, and you
That's the
make your
problem.
choice. You make your choices, you pay your money, and that, I, like, everyone can look around and you could see that some people say, well, I have, let's say, £1,000, for just, it doesn't matter what amount of money, we just say 1,000, and I could either buy a house with £1,000, or I could buy a car, or I could buy tuition fees, because you still have to pay somebody to, know the stuff and teach it to people, and that's their time. Because no matter whether energy is there or not, people's time is limited. And you couldn't have, you couldn't have people's egos. People would say, well, I want to be a doctor, and everyone else might look at them and kind of go, well, like, you're just not that intelligent. But their emotions would say, well, I want to be, how dare you? And I also need to get it for free. And as we know, somebody else has to pay for it then, if you're going to say, well, they should have the opportunity. And the opportunity means that somebody else will pay for them to do that. Now, other people might have parents who might say, well, we're not interested in buying education for our children. We want to spend it on drink in the bar. And that they're negligent parents and that kind of thing. So it requires an authority stepping in to say, well, we'll tip the scales to make sure everything is fair. So then we have to have
You can't
an
do that.
authority who you assume is who you assume has just benevolent and meritocratic ideas about the whole thing. That everything they want to do is just to make sure that we select the same people. So it requires that we have the best of everything, And I just think we know from human nature it just can't work out that way. But I agree with you in a hypothetical sense.
Well, I mean, it kind of all like it already has worked here in America before. We did have a meritocratic society before. And we had very little like homeless people like back then compared to now, and all those things. You're never going to get a perfect society. It's not possible. A utopian society is not possible. You will always have homeless. You will always have people who are unhappy with the situation and are raving and ranting wanting to change it. But that's like, I'm not talking about getting rid of that, because you're not going to be able to. What I'm arguing is that the best thing we can hope for is a meritocratic society where, I keep mispronouncing that, but oh well. Anyway,
Well, JC, look, I did think that I lived in a meritocracy, and it was one of the terrible realizations as I got older, was that no, we don't, and that people do engage in nepotism and all these other financial incentives that will immediately sway people into choosing people who aren't suitable because they simply get paid to choose them, or they're owing a favor to somebody, all this sort of stuff. So look, I would like to have lived in a meritocracy. Turns out we don't. We know that people are going to tip the scales, and there's political and financial and emotional reasons for all that. But as for a utopia, oh yeah, I think we're kind of we are in agreement in that if it were possible, which it isn't, it would be nice to live in a meritocracy. But human nature, being what it is always going to screw that up. But like I just kind of want to say that I never intended to go down, and I think we're just kind of gonna waste time. You can say a bit more on it if you want, but we're well into the 4th hour now, and I really would like to do some comments or call out some comments that might have been there, and then just maybe sort of, and
like
just say
the whole point of
this. Okay, yeah.
People, so that we can eventually get past these problems that we have now. Like, there has to be some kind of plan for after we defeat these people. What are we going to do? And that's what people always want to know is, what's the plan? Well,
oh yeah, look, I totally agree with you there, right? Like that we have to be, each one of us has to, by his own or her own free will, decide to be a better person. Somebody who, regardless of financial, emotional imperatives or financial incentives, that you have to be selfless. You have to count on everybody by their own free will, thinking of others and their needs more than their own, which is obviously, appealing to utopian fantasies. But like, I think that what we're talking about as far as human beings, that that has always been at fall. We haven't gotten more modern and better in our morals as our technology has improved. We've gotten worse.
Oh.
And maybe that's only because we've more opportunities to be terrible. So look, I think I agree with you absolutely that if we did manage to get these people off our backs, well, you're right to say that it doesn't go without saying, we should say it, that we need to be better moral people.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm trying to, with this whole discussion series we're doing, I'm trying to put something out there that will help, like, steer humanity in that direction. As I've told you before, I don't think this is going to be a quick fix situation, because it took too long to get here, for one. And, it's one of those things that it's going to, like, we're going to have to go through some serious trials and tribulations before this is over, and it's probably going to ding our population quite a bit. And I'm just hoping that the people that are listening, that are going to be listening to this in the future, like, and now, are going to be part of the people that survive, and make it to the end of this little game. And if we are, it's important that, like, we build the next thing we build is better than what was just destroyed. It's really important that we set the foundation stones really well this go around.
Well, as you said to me before, but I think offline, is that it's almost as if, even if we could change it, you kind of have to allow it to happen, this digital prison and all the terrible things that are coming with it, because hard lessons are going to have to be learned, which aren't forgotten for thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, hopefully, to come. It does irk me that people... It does really irk me that people should need to experience the hardship that they have planned for us, the total control of mind and body, and run the risk that we'll never get out of it. But otherwise, if you rescue people from the consequences of their own sins, then they'll kind of go, well, it doesn't matter. It's like that story in Superman where Superman sort of says, it doesn't matter, I always save the day in the end, there's no even need to try. No lessons will be learned. So yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, I don't know if once all the stuff is built, if there will be any way of pulling the plug, because people will be inside basically like a virtual operating system. So I'm conflicted on that, and also, of course, like, because people are so easily corrupted, I kind of feel like, well, maybe they're not worth saving, but then it's a fate worse than death. So look, I think we have a huge amount of agreement there, but can we?
So too. And like, I'll say this final thing and we can get back on topic. I think honestly that it's probably going to take us fighting back, banding together, and all these things I've talked about. But at the same time, there's an element to it that God's obviously involved in it from my point of view to help us with that, like if we're doing it for the right reasons and all that kind of good stuff. But evil being what it is and their plan being what it is, I don't see it actually working as well as they think it's going to. I think there has to be some unforeseen consequences on this road that they've got laid out for us. And I'm not joining up this thing. I'm not going to be in the digital prison. Like, they'll have to kill me first. And I know of, like, at least some people feel the same. So there's going to be some of us out and some of us in. And I think that the people in are probably like, there's probably not going to be anything we can do for them. And it's probably going to be a glorious collapse, and it'll be awful for most people involved. And, the survivors will have to be left to pick up the pieces. But like those who've decided that they're going to join this up, like, they already took the boop there and, damaged their immune systems and did all that kind of stuff. And there's not so much that like we're going to be able to do for them anyway. The people I'm talking to are the select few that are going to see this coming and not get caught in the net in the first place. Like, we're going to be the ones planning what will happen after, as we help drag this thing down under its own weight. Hopefully, at least that's my vision for this, and I'm hoping that it goes that way. I could be wrong, obviously, but as far as I'm concerned, like, nobody else seems to have a plan. At least I've got one.
Yeah, well, as far as, I think just you mentioning there, the boop boop, and that's why I put the comment there, in regards to Celine Dion there, that I loved that where Stephen said, Lily, it's okay because our heart will go on. Absolutely loved that little joke there, but it does get us back a bit on track there, because if, as we think that would happen after the deluge, that there was prior to the deluge, there was a lot more people populated around the earth, and maybe their technology was such that they could fly and certainly sail around the world, that you lose that technology and you lose the written history or the record. And maybe it's only by digging up certain things that you can piece things together. So if indeed it were the case, that after whatever Celine Dion might have taken into her sort of biochemical system, and whatever they might be able to do with regard to sort of silicon and digital technology, if indeed it does get to a sort of Georgia Guidestones state where, again, there's a huge reduction in the Earth's population, well, I do see it as primary importance in that we are not just considered to be a theory that people like you and I might have existed with whatever is the sort of word concept of computers and internet and all these kind of things, interlinked brain power, interlinked communications, and so on and so on, telecommunications, or whatever they might call it, whatever borrowed words they might use. I guess it's maybe a selfish thing, it's perhaps a fear of death. I'd like us not to have been forgotten, or just considered to be a possibility, a vague myth, and go around and around again in these cycles. I would certainly like it to be the final time where lessons are learned and never forgotten.
Well, I don't know about final time, but hopefully we can lay down foundations that will keep it for a long time.
Yes.
It's kind of one of those things that, like, even from the ancients' perspective, these things come in waves and cycles heading towards a final end point. So you can kind of look at it like, sort of like if you were to take a wagon wheel and take a paintbrush and paint just one spot on the wagon wheel, and as the wagon's traveling to its destination, that spot you painted kind of hits the ground type deal. We're headed to a final destination, but along that path, like, there's going to be these recapitulations of these past events that will continue to happen and jack us up along the way. So
yeah, and And like you said, the story of Aeneas marrying Lavinia and starting Rome, that's it's, I guess, like, it wasn't a perfect union or whatever. There was some element of a confection there, or something that wasn't exactly genuine. But the same thing with Helen of Troy and the guy, I forget his name, who stole her from the Spartans. Hector, was it?
Paris, his name.
Paris, yeah. Paris,
He
yeah.
was
But
the older brother, the head of the army.
yeah. So, but what you're saying is these same stories, the same ideas get retold or relived through human beings, the same archetypes. That's the idea, isn't it?
Yes, it's it's that same old thing from the Bible. Like, if you know your Bible, then, like, anybody who's, especially Orthodox, are going to, understand that recurring cycle. Like, the abomination of desolation, was first done, like, I think by Titus, when he put an unworthy sacrifice on the altar in the temple, and basically defiled Solomon's temple. That was the first abomination of desolation, and that's why it's mentioned again in Revelation, because, like, it will come again. It's a recapitulation. Christ will come again. Like, you have the Cain and Abel story, Romulus and Remus, same thing, right? Like,
Okay.
Romulus and Remus is almost identical to Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel, it was over a sacrifice to God, and with Romulus and Remus, it was over an argument over whose city was better. And then it carries on and turns out that Byzantium and Western Rome have a disagreement, between Octavian on one side and Cleopatra and Mark Antony on the other. Right? Like, this stuff just keeps happening. You have here in America the Civil War, North versus South, yet again. Israel and Judah, yet again. It just keeps happening over and over and over. And it's the same kind of thing with these celestial events and these cataclysms, like what Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock are talking about. These things continually come back around and around and around, and eventually they'll be the end of us. But until then, we got to deal with them.
Okay. Right. Look, there's so much now. I think, basically about a half an hour left. Well, there's so much that we haven't covered yet, and I don't think we're going to have time now. But there are some things that we should at least briefly touch on. Can we just flash through a few of these comments, because I feel it would be doing a disservice, because these were relevant at the time, but maybe we just acknowledge them anyway.
I'm not on the timetable here as far as, like, how many talks, like, we have to keep this down to. It's a long process, I would think, like, talking people through all this crap. So,
Yes,
who knows?
and it's just difficult to briefly examine certain road signs on the way without going down one and then going down so far and you forget
The
to come
rabbit
back.
hole.
Yeah,
The
the rabbit
rabbit
hole,
hole.
or the tangential roads and all that. But anyway, look, I'm going to say, I want to just flash up a few comments on the screen. We just at least acknowledge them. We might cover some of them next time.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know about the truth or veracity, or whether anything's worth, but just Goga McDuck there says, yeah, clearly it seems America and Africa were part of each other. Oh yeah, absolutely. From the sort of continental drift aspect, and I know I did have it up on the screen there much earlier, but it's certainly worth looking at again. Just so obvious there from the mid-Atlantic ridge. You can see the outline of Africa. I don't know if that's artist rendition or helping it, or it's exactly from LiDAR or whatever, but from that picture, I mean, it's just incredible how accurate it is.
Yes, it is. Like, I mean, and this goes back to, like, if you read the translations of the Sumerian epics, the Enki and Enkidu, and the Epic of Gilgamesh, and all these different things. Like, everything starts to make sense once you start putting all this stuff together and looking at it as a more of a coherent thing. Or I kind of look at all these ancient texts as more like commentaries from different points of view on the same events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just again want to say, like, Yeah, I just want to say again there, as far as King Arthur's Island, we'll leave the whole thing with King Arthur till next week. Um,
Mm,
and
that would be a good one. I like
right,
that topic.
okay. Big Dummy there says, and sorry, I forget his actual name, but he's chosen that username anyway. Self-effacingly, there is a huge Greek population in Tarpon Springs, Florida. There are some of the largest boat anchors in the world that have been found there. So
Mm,
again, and there's some sunken city off the coast of Florida as well. I seem to remember that looks very Atlantean as well, or Grecian.
yeah,
Um,
I mean, like I told you, like there's been what look artifacts that look Chinese that's been found down in the Gulf of Mexico area there. Florida and southern Alabama and Georgia and all that. Like there's artifacts that have been found all over the world that don't fit into to the modern narrative that they've built, and they just
Absolutely.
get thrown out.
Yeah, and that's it. Discarded because it doesn't fit whatever they've decided is the story they want to tell, for whatever reason. As I say, just could be just pure pride, emotion, whatever. Don't want to be shown up to be lacking in any area of knowledge just because they happen to be the so-called experts. A from Australia there says worldwide there's a pyramid in Gympie, Australia, and he says that there are hieroglyphs found in Gosford, Australia,
Yeah,
and that the
really
Berbers are
fascinating.
Barbary. Well, maybe, yeah. Do you want to say something on the hieroglyphs there in Australia?
Oh, like I didn't know they had found them down there, but like that's fascinating if they have. Like, it just more goes into, what I was saying of that. Like, I don't see any way around the fact that there absolutely was, like, if not a global empire like the Bible and everything is describing, there at very least was communication between them like there is today. They had the same kind of ideas, and while they might have had a slightly different design cue here or there, they're basically all the same.
Yeah,
They all came up with the same like Kabbalah, Neoplatonic idea about this kind of stuff. And, really like, I hate to like, put it in that dialectical sense, but really like once all this shakes out, you kind of wind up where you basically you got Christianity over here, like actual Christianity, and then you have basically everything else, which is like all connected together. You
right.
know,
And like, although it is legitimate to just sort of say, well, there has to be the theory that maybe you could call it the null hypothesis that just there happens to be ideas going around, and as soon as somebody gets an idea somewhere because of quantum entanglement or whatever you like to call it, somebody else in a totally different continent says, "Oh, I've just come up with a great idea." How do we come up with ideas? Spirits maybe influences. There's a zeitgeist, but that has to be there on the table, as well as that there are gods literally descend in a spaceship and give ideas to people, give technology to people, or that there was no gods, there was just people with technology that we thought they were primitive. They weren't. They were sailing amongst each other, intermingling,
mhm,
interbreeding, and sharing cultural ideas and language and their DNA and whatever else.
yes. And that would be my commentary on it. Yes, I believe they were angels from, like quite literally angels from space. That like rebelled against like the creator of not only them but us, and or maybe even like what the way like it's meant in the Bible. Maybe they mean that like well, like I look at it like this: like if what's the difference of if God, you know, by speaking the universe into existence, that also means that the angels he created are helping him with that. Like, well, that would make sense in the Sumerian epic sense of things, right? So, like, that would easily fit that in there. I don't see why, like, necessarily why all these traditions are, you know, seen as separate from or have to be seen as separate from. To me, they all seem to be part of the same tradition, and Christianity is also something that's always been there interplaying with them. It seems like even though Christianity is only so old, the ideas from it are much older than that. You know what I mean? Like the ideas have existed since God existed, which is forever. So if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
absolutely. I can totally accept that the ideas in Christianity are not only likely to have existed, but just been reiterated by Jesus. But that, a lot of people say he studied in India or whatever. I don't even care to go into it though. But I mean, I'm
I
perfectly
mean,
willing to accept that
not even just that. It's the fact that because God exists and the ideas for Christianity are God's ideas, like they've always been his ideas and it's always been the way he saw things, well, then, you know, he wrote that into all of creation. That's in every blade of grass. That point of view. That's the way, that was the point of view in his mind when he created everything in the first place.
yeah, and
So if
why
that's
wouldn't?
the point of view in his mind when he created everything, and everything is created in that perspective, then you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do. Why wouldn't his word be written in the DNA of every flower and petal and blade of grass? And I'm thinking of that verse about every tongue shall confess. Why wouldn't the way he thinks be incarnate and well, not just in animals, but whatever the equivalent is in the flora as well?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a really abstract idea for the audience to probably wrap their
Oh no,
mind.
I think
You
I think it's fine. I don't think it's that controversial at all. That you
you
see
don't
him in
think so?
nature.
It's one of those things that, like, I don't want people to think, like, I don't really believe the whole Christ studied in India and all that. I don't really, like, believe in all that. But, as far as the fact that, the Christian ideal is what God always intended, if that is the case, then that would explain where these little bits of truth wind up in everything. Like I was telling you before, we're all made in his image, and the entire universe is encoded with that certain golden ratio and all that kind of stuff. If his fingerprint is on everything, then that means that, you know like, the Christian ideal is quite literally written into everything, and therefore it comes out in these other religions, and that's why there are some true things in them. From the Orthodox perspective, a pagan religion is not all untrue. They are just untrue in different ways, and but they're also true in a few ways here or there. You know what I mean? Just because they're pagan and outside the church, it doesn't mean that they can't have something true. For instance, like I was debating a Norse pagan, an Astreyu practitioner not too long ago, and he was talking about, like, the 9 tenets of the Norse people, the Viking warriors or whatever. And those 9 tenets, there really wasn't much wrong with those 9 tenets. Those 9 tenets were good tenets. They were considering honor and family and all those different things, taking care of your people. Like, I could absolutely get with those. And they don't those tenets mostly didn't contradict with Christianity either, at least not from the interpretation that he was giving me on what they meant to him, right? So, there's truth in almost everything. It's just a matter of, you know, who has all of it in one place, right?
Well, look, I definitely do not want to get into a discussion about this. Certainly not an argument because we just don't have time.
Oh yeah, of
But
course not.
but
But I was just trying to explain the concept I was trying to get through so that the audience would understand what I meant.
well, let me
You
just say that for me, and I'll just speak. I'll say it this way: speaking personally, I have skimmed over the ideas in Zen Buddhism and uh, I suppose like Shintoism and Taoism, and also as far as the Norse mythology, it really appeals to me. And I guess as a childhood thing, the fables of Aesop and the Greek myths and legends and Roman ones. I really like all that stuff. I find that I'm quite happily able to hold them all, as well as Christianity, the morals and allegories of Jesus. To me, there's no conflicts there. I like them all, and I don't feel the need to choose one. They have all helped to make me the person who I am. And while I'll never be perfect, I'm getting better. I feel like I'm going in the right direction. I don't have any internal conflicts from any of that, and none of it has done me any damage as far as I'm concerned. I like it. That's what I just say, speaking personally on that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fine. Like I said, it from an Orthodox perspective, taking the true things from these other religions, that, the things that are actually true, is like I was saying, about karma the other day. Karma is a completely silly idea. To think that the old man deserves to get beat up by the gang of thugs because he must have had to did something before to karmically deserve it, or it wouldn't be happening like that. That is, that's just crazy sauce as far as I'm concerned. But like you said, there are other tenets in, Buddhism that I can say, like, yeah, I can get with that. There's nothing wrong with, the, certain things that they teach, but other things that I would take issue with. But like, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as I know in Orthodoxy, it's not an issue taking, those pieces of truth out of it, as long as you don't take the poison with it as well. If you get my drift.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look. I've never heard of this. Do you have any knowledge on this? The Altai Mountains. To me, it only rings a bell because of Altair, the computer.
The Wellspring people came from Belovidia, the Eternal City.
I'll leave it as a comment as is. Then, if you don't happen to know anything about it,
I'm not familiar with it. Yeah. Like I will look at it though. Like good looking out. Like I'm always into looking into more stuff. So.
Oh yeah, no, but I'll read it out then. The Wellspring people came from Belovidia, the Eternal City in the inner earth, from a passage in the Altai Mountains or Altai Mountains down into Serbia, according to the legend. Cheers, says Reg. That's Waked, Alaska. So look, we'll learn about that some other time.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm sorry to sound rushed, but I'm just conscious that we're coming up on 4 hours now, and I don't know how many comments are here. It's a great complaint. I'm really grateful, guys, for all your comments. And I'm trying to sort through them to see if there's anything that really is deserving of commentary, even though I feel like we're running out of time here. And I definitely want to kind of the caves. We have to cover the caves, so I'll just quickly go through a few things. We're just not going to be time to comment, because if this goes on too long, it's going to seem like something that people will never get to the end of. Do you know, if they're listening on the playback?
Sure. We should try to keep it concise to our usually 3 or 4 hour thing, I think. And
concise 4 hours,
But we probably should, maybe after the King Arthur, Barrowman Blackett thing next weekend, we might could do an AMA, like ask us anything type deal, and let, if we can get enough people to show up and comment, then, let them ask us questions.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, absolutely. Would love it. And of course, Murphy's Law would say there'd be nobody listening or nobody have any questions. But the Hopi myth, look, I don't know I don't know really anything about Indians, but it seems to me that the Hopi Indians have a lot of mythology there that's very rich to investigate. So I'll just take it as a place marker there, the Hopi Indians.
I do know a bit about those. There is supposed to be a place here in the Grand Canyon that does, it's an actual carved out place inside the Grand Canyon that you can look it up after or when you get time, I guess. It's the Smithsonian actually sent some people out through the Grand Canyon, and supposedly they found it, and it's been kind of covered up by the Smithsonian Institute and whatever. And there's definitely places in the Grand Canyon area and in places in the United States where only Native Americans from that tribe are allowed to go there. So, that's another way that they're able to keep people from seeing certain things. I'll tell you, someone with Native American heritage, the elders don't necessarily always tell the 100% everything, when they're talking to outsiders,
Yes. Absolutely. And again, we're so naive and innocent that we would assume that whatever people tell you is the truth, and it doesn't benefit them to lie to you in some way. Quick shout out there to Go ahead. Yeah.
The stuff's been lost, and obviously, some tribes, tribal elders are they're connected with the government because they're the government lets them have the casinos and and different things. And it's just stuff like that. There's a lot of cloak and dagger stuff going on still with the tribal situation and the U.S. government. Is all I'll say on that. the U.S. government's dirty as shit.
Well, look, I definitely don't want to go down this tangent either, but I'll just say just one statement. I've heard that the tribal elders, as by parallel, why wouldn't they? It's only human nature. Shows how we're all the same, that they've sold out the people they're supposed to be protecting for filthy
Exactly.
lucre or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that would be my as somebody with their blood in them, I'd say, yeah, from my perspective, that is kind of how it's been. It seems like they're trying to like fight for you, but like it doesn't really like wash out that way. It's funny how like the people always seem to keep getting screwed somehow.
Yes. Which is
It's
why
like,
politics needs to be very local, and people need to be directly reachable by their constituents, and we should never allow people that are in faraway countries control us remotely. Can I just give a quick shout out there to Mike? Let the nukes fly. I don't think he's going to mind me saying his name there. Good to see him there.
sure.
Yeah, gosh, the trident and the swastika. We'll talk a bit more about maybe the trident and the triune and the triskelion and things like that. Schleppnir, that's the name of the horse, is it?
Yeah, Sleipnir. Exactly that.
It sounds very Celtic. I mean, it sounds like sleep. It could be to slip. But there's some other word that it's reminding me of that I can't think of.
Isn't there something to like to schlep off or something like that?
Yes. To slink away. Yeah, he schlepped away. That means kind of he retreated in a sort of cowardly way. Yeah.
No, yeah, okay. I thought there was something like there was a word like that.
I think so. Anyway. Oh.
Like sneaking off, or sneaking away. Thomas Sheridan. I'm tacitly familiar with Thomas Sheridan. Sheraton.
Oh yes. I'm familiar with him as well. I do like listening to him, but he's become well, I don't know what he is, but I've become less enamored of him lately because I'll just say it, he's definitely fomenting a class war. He keeps telling people it's the middle class people who are stealing all your stuff and subjugating you and all this kind of thing. And I've said it in his comments, and he appears to have blocked me from his comments now. First of all, he pretended he didn't know what I was talking about, and then he said he did know what I was talking about, and maybe it's because I was a member of the middle class that I was only complaining, and it's about time now that I ought to basically have my privilege taken away or whatever. So to me now, I know he either knows it or he doesn't realize it, but he's got a big chip on his shoulder. It's a communist chip on his shoulder. Saying as I don't want to shy away from it. I have my little platform.
I got the same like thing. So like, don't feel bad. You're not the only one who kind of ruffled his feathers and got the kind of same treatment. And I got the same picture of kind of who he is as you did too.
Right.
Like, he didn't block me, but he don't like me really.
Okay. And I'm not coming from a position whereby, I'm suddenly the enemy. It's just I'm being objective about it, and I'm seeing a flaw in his argument there. And whether he's paid to do it or he's got some other incentive or he doesn't realize he's doing it, he is redirecting the movement that's out there, and he's trying to claim that it's a working class movement against the middle class. That's what he's outrightly saying now. So
yeah, that's the same argument with the Bolsheviks. You know, the what they call them, the bourgeoisie ended up just being like the middle class. Like, if you had a horse and a house like that, you know, had more than like one room in it, then you were considered like bourgeoisie. Is like, how's that work? Like, you know, they don't exactly like, why aren't we going after the people with like all the money, like the bankers? Like, but we're going after the middle class. What? Like, but like, I would say that's what, like, I mean, he's a black magic practitioner.
Yeah.
What would you expect?
Well, look, I don't know. I'm gonna try to be as fair as possible. I don't know whether he's doing it deliberately or his own ego has blinded him, or his chip in his shoulder that he's had since he was a boy. I think that's equally likely. But look, from my little platform, it doesn't matter. You know, he's unlikely to hear this. But even if he was, I'm not trying to create beef so that I get more views, whatever. I'm just calling it out for what it is, and I would hope that I would be as objectively critical about myself as well. And it is, I would just say this then, I didn't mean to go down any other tangents, but that it's the danger, it exemplifies the danger of having idols where you sort of say, he's our leader, everything he says is always correct, right? A lot of things he said I really admired, and this one thing I would say, oh, he's dead wrong there.
Yeah, same here. And everybody wants to play that. They do the same thing with Trump. There were things he said that I liked. But, I'm fully aware, though, that just because somebody says something, it doesn't mean they actually mean it, for one. And two, even if they do say something that you do like, it doesn't mean that you can't criticize them when they do or say something you don't. Right?
Everybody has to be able to be criticized.
Yes, I watch Thomas Sheridan stuff every once in a while, because like you said, there are things that, that's why I'm familiar with him, is because, sometimes he says some things that I like. And because I have family in, Ireland and Scotland and Wales, I do care about what's happening with the Celtic peoples, Celtic, quote unquote. So he's a good source for what's going on over there. A lot of times, and like I said, sometimes his views, his takes aren't that bad. His takes on what he calls the magic potion or whatever.
Oh yeah, of course. And look, the thing is, of course we can agree on something like that. And the thing is, I would like if those kind of things could be go without saying, absolutely foundational. And the funny thing is, maybe all of this stuff has created some unusual bedfellows, and some previously might have considered to be alliances that you wouldn't have necessarily considered. I would have thought it crossed all class lines. An idea like that, like personal autonomy, bodily integrity, that we shall not be forced to take these experimental things, whatever, right? But it seems to me that now that maybe the whole thing about, that might be, maybe we're winning on that, or people can see there's light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe he's back to the old class begrudgery. Or he's seeing that maybe there's going to be a winner, so he's trying to sort of say, I'll be the vanguard now so that I can be the leader after this is over. Something like that, which we have to be careful of, like you said before.
Yeah, like you said, he could be blind to it and not realize what he's saying, in the connotations to it. I mean, it could be that like you said, he realized he's trying to carve himself an itch. I don't know. It's hard to speak on a man's mind, really. All you really can do is criticize what they have said and they have done. And like you said, that is a shit take. Just to put a fine point on it, as you would say, that's a shit take.
Yeah. And I'm trying to be fair by saying that he just doesn't see it, or, it's part of, everybody's ego, where you're not able to see your own prejudices and even what drives you. We could see it as being a lust for power now that he sees that it might be possible. He might not recognize that within himself. Most people aren't self-aware in exactly the spot where it counts. Your blind spot is by definition your blind spot. But good God, I didn't mean to go down this as a tangent either,
Yeah, I know. I didn't really either, but it is important to say, it does, it does illustrate my point, though, as far as when you have black magic and shit, you're going to have these kind of ideas and philosophies kind of travel with it. You know what I mean? They kind of ride together. It's like you finding gold and quartz together in the ground. They kind of are hand in hand, like communism and black magic, right? Or magic in general.
Yeah. Well, that's a great idea. A great analogy. Yeah.
Even then, that's kind of what puts it in the situation where he might not really even realize what it's doing to him, and the fact that it does give him these tendencies. Not to mention the Celtic systems back in the day were kind of communistic to begin with, so it's already in our culture to some degree. The clan systems were kind of they really were intertwined really closely back when the country was still under the Druids. The Druids had set up a very communistic system technically, and I think that's what Thomas would identify himself as, isn't it? Doesn't he identify as a druid or something like that?
Yeah, look, I think he does. I think he would say the same himself, and he talks about his tribe all the time. We are the tribe. He doesn't say it, but I think he's more kind of overtly saying it now that he is like the leader of this tribe, which he hasn't really put a fine point on exactly what that tribe is. And I don't necessarily, I'll say this now, I don't necessarily think that he is actually saying or in his own mind thinks of it as a Celtic tribe. I think he's allowing his listeners to assume that it's a Celtic tribe. But from a few of the things that he said, I think in his own mind he's imagining a very different thing. There's a word concept fallacy going on there, and I think he's deliberately allowing it to be vague because he wants to reveal that later on, I suspect. But I think he
Maybe.
is definitely employing or utilizing the sort of well predisposed ideas that people might have that are that people have an affinity towards either Norse or Celtic tribes and mythology that way, that there is an emotional attachment to that. And I'm going to say it as well. There's a lot of people out there who like to think of themselves as being ancient Celts or ancient Norsemen because it flatters their ego. And I do think that he is at least semi-consciously taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a few people out there today are doing that. Like, and that's that is something I was just talking to someone about the other day. Is the fact that sorry if I busted anyone's eardrums there. Um, I was just saying to someone the other day that, like, well, we were having a discussion about this very thing because his channel is, you know, I watch his channel because he's into like same kind of things I'm into, but he's when it comes to history and things like that. But he's very, very much into the Norse paganism and stuff. And like just having that discussion with him, I didn't realize until, you know, maybe a year ago or so that it had like blown up from that Vikings TV show type deal to, and people being fans of that, to know now, like after that TV show, now like everybody thinks that they're like a neo-pagan Viking. Everybody wants to be Ragnar, right?
Well, there you are. That's it. I didn't know that it was, but obviously it makes sense that it's been put into the popular culture. And I think, look, I know, and I think you know too as well, that the powers that be, the Freemasons or whoever you'd like to think of them as, whatever, right? That these people are clever enough and mentally disciplined enough to know that they can just throw ideas out there into the popular media, and people will, the, sort of the German word, they'll glom onto it because there is a paucity, a deficit of their own cultural heritage and self-knowledge.
Yes, and I mean, it's just like I was telling somebody the other day. A lot of times you have like, for instance, the Islamic movement, like, you know, the Elijah Muhammad type Islamic movement here in America and other places. Like, you know, a lot of African American men are drawn to that because, like, you know, it's kind of like you know, they feel more culturally connected to that religion than they do Christianity, which is kind of weird because, as I was saying, you know, Islam was kind of, you know, Muhammad was a white dude with blue eyes and a red beard, by his own admission and by his barber and, you know, other family members' admissions. You know, like everybody knows how, like, you know, absolutely racist King Charles and, you know, the royal family tend to be. Well, the Queen is, you know, directly related, and all of them are directly related to the Prophet Muhammad. So, you know, they wouldn't have intermixed with that family if they was like anything other than blue eyed and whatnot. So it, you know, it's one of those things where they like the Freemasons have infiltrated all these things, and they've created these cultural identities and like around these you know, these schismatic religions, really, like, because Islam is most certainly some you know, a fairly modern religion, can, you know, comparative to a lot of the others, and you know, that existed
Well,
anyway. The
yeah, well, you've
Australia
certainly.
and the pagan stuff, they don't actually have like the full access to that religion. That stuff's like 1940s, 50s ish stuff that's been rehashed.
Mhm.
You know, and then, you know, I don't think Islam's been around as long as Christianity has been around. Like, yeah. I
Okay.
don't.
Well,
So,
okay. I suppose I would say like that maybe to agree with something that you said previously. Like I would say that it would be a very lovely thing if people were not so entrenched at the same time. I mean, to say it's like contradicting myself, but to be not so entrenched in what they think is their identity. It may have been just foisted on them. I don't want to, accident of birth or whatever, but look, it doesn't matter. I want to move on anyway, right? Because I just feel like I'll be cheating people if I don't acknowledge just some of the good comments. I really like the comment there from Lily. She says Julian Jane's theory of the origin of consciousness, maybe Dan or Danu, represents when awareness blooms. Danu is the goddess of inspiration, wisdom associated with water and salmon. And I just want to say in regards to that, Dana, D-A-N-A, was the name of a famous singer from Ireland in the 80s. And I think she's still Rosemary Scallon. I think she's gone on to be a politician of some success, maybe in the EU, but she was famous for winning a song contest, the Eurovision Song Contest, long time ago, 70s or early 80s. So maybe Dana, maybe she chose that name because of the tribe of Dan as well.
maybe, may very well be.
Yeah. And A from Australia there is asking about how Welsh people can understand Hebrew dialects. I think we'll get on to that next week. Please rejoin us and please reiterate some of your questions. Wait till Lasika's talking about another ritual there. I won't read it out, but it's on screen very briefly. And then Hungarian, understand Australia, Aboriginal dialects. I don't know if he's joking or not there, but possibly not. Stranger things maybe could have happened. And yeah, I know a few messages there. I'm just not going to read out, but I do appreciate them. Correlation between skin color and body hair, maybe. Well, yeah, why not? I don't know. I think there definitely is, but it just people get upset about that sort of thing. But there's definitely advantage now for different types of hair, and in fact, just from sun exposure, your hair can change not only in color but in its sort of physical properties, just like metal can change when you heat it up. And I don't have the time to get into that. I might leave that till next time, but I definitely want to talk about the caves and the ossuaries, right? Because otherwise, I feel like we didn't cover what we absolutely should have. Like that was a part of it,
For sure.
And and just. Again, I love the fact that I'm desperately trying to go through the comments. I really am appreciative of the comments. And I'm sorry now that just trying to get it to something around 4 hours now. Boy, and this is us trying to stick to our usual brief, terse 4 hours,
Trying. Trying.
I think... Right. So there's lots of great ones. Arkansas. British colonies. Right. The baby. Yes. Okay. Christians. Yes. Irish. Yes. Well, I don't think the Irish are that way inclined as far as that. Much more so in America. Yes, I do. Actually, someday we'll have that debate about that topic. And then, so glad you said there, Latinum there. That helps get us back on track. But we might have to leave some aspect of that till next week. And Hariri, Yuval Noah Hariri, soulless demon. Well, maybe. I felt like for some stupid reason I needed to defend him there. He might be just trying to tell us the truth. He's doing us a favor by telling us all his plans. American Patriot, he says, I don't plan on merging with computers or controlling evolution. Yeah, I agree there. I like things to be much more organic. Lily is reading the Against the Great Reset 18 Theses, edited by Michael Walsh. Lily is so well read. I'm very impressed with how she manages her time so well. Last chapter is Seattle 2030. I wouldn't want to be there either, Lily. I gotta leave.
Oh Lord.
Now, Big Dummy here says, who is the guest? For whatever reason, there was some kind of glitch. You're no longer displaying your avatar. Do you want to re-identify yourself there again? Please, JC.
Sure.
And maybe just
JC Owens, former Freemason, Knight Templar, Knight of the Golden Circle, like Knight of Malta. Also as a member of the Rosicrucian Order. Had lots of titles, but that's in a nutshell like what it's all about. I dropped out some time ago. They would absolutely try to murk me again. Like, and I say again, not lightly, like, but they absolutely would come after me if they could. If they like, had somebody here close that could get to me, they probably would send somebody after me. But until then, I'm going to expose them as much as possible
Yeah.
to all of you.
And again, so Big Dummy says thanks for that. And A as well, filling him in. Lily says the future is not set in stone. It reminds me of what the woman, my God, but anyway, she's the actress who played John Connor's mother, Sarah Connor, and she scratched it into the table. There's no future,
Linda
but that
Hamilton,
would no. What did you
isn't
say
that her
there?
name? Linda Hamilton, isn't she the one that played Sarah
Yes,
Connor?
Linda Hamilton. I know she's totally woke now, but when she played Sarah Connors, she was the kind of courageous woman, female protagonist I could get behind. And
No,
I mean that in a gentlemanly way, and because I don't mind that she's strong and tough and carving her philosophy into the bench there on the way through New Mexico or whatever. And she's saying there's no future but that which we make for ourselves, and I really like that idea.
yeah, and like I did definitely like had a thing with Sarah Connor back in the day when I was a kid. I was fairly young when that first Terminator like came out. I do believe it, like really young. But I do remember seeing it, and like I like that character. Still do like that character. Like, well, not in the newer versions, you understand, but in the first
Sure.
two movies,
Yeah, exactly.
first two
It's
were good.
started to go downhill with Terminator 3 or whatever, but the second Terminator might have actually been the first, one of the very few sequels that are better than the original. And that's when she was sort of the damsel in distress in version 1, but she had to step up to the plate sort of thing in version in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Like,
look,
I like strong women characters as well. Like if they're done, if they're done well, like she was, I
absolutely.
definitely don't have a problem with it. I married somebody that's the same age as me, and she's almost the same height as me as well. So I'm definitely not afraid of somebody who could, punch me and make it hurt.
Yeah. Look, yeah, and that's the thing. Look, I guess, look, you got to say then anyway that I'd have no problem at all, even though I'm a sexist, misogynist pig or whatever, no problem at all. Never did. I loved the character of Sarah Connor. It's just when they make them a Mary Jane or whatever is the name
Mary
for a character
Sue.
that Mary Sue, whatever it is, yeah, the character that can do no wrong, born perfect, learns nothing because she was already perfect. It's boring. Um,
Yes. And it
there's a
doesn't
great
match with reality. That's the problem with a lot of these news stories. The reason they don't work. You can stick propaganda and stuff just fine, and people won't even notice it if you mix the right amount of truth and ground it in reality. But what they've done is they just went so far out, like out of reality, that now you can't connect with the material at all, which is why everything that they're making is failing.
Yeah, 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 and they're deliberately, making it so that people's egos are flattered and they preventing them from learning anything. There's no hero's journey to go on because you started off perfect anyway. All this sort of nonsense, it removes the possibility of people improving themselves if they're just given these two-dimensional characters.
Mm-hmm.
Can
For
I
sure.
uh, can I compliment Alex Baldwin there on letting us know that Tuscany was Etruscan, and you can see how words change there. There's the kind of the usk in there, but that's so Tuscany is one of the most populous and rich regions in the sort of north. I don't know. I'll just say north and west possibly as well. But there you are. I think it's northwest.
The problem they ran into in the ancient world, I think, is they didn't have access to tin, the tin they needed in order to make bronze. And like that is connected back with Britain, actually, like, where the tin mines were, there in what was Cornwallis or Cornwall now, I think is where the tin mines were.
I see. I see. Well, look, I guess there's time then to look. We'll just go on, right? Maybe it's 4 hours, whatever. Sorry, more than 4 hours. We go. I'll try and put it in anyway, right? Um, the what is it? I think I had a slide on that anyway. That what is it to add these impurities, and oh, there it is anyway in the beginning. I just skipped over it there, so that and I'll just take that comment there just a moment. So like, yeah, you're adding, right? And I had to look this up. I'm not going to say I knew it. So bronze is an alloy of copper and mainly tin, whereas brass is an alloy of copper and mainly zinc. But there's going to be other various percentages of different impurities in there, you might say, but it changes the properties of the metal, specifically to make it hard for weapons.
There's arsenic bronze as well, which is one that was really, really common in like, that region, around Italy and stuff like that. Like the arsenic bronze was really common in that area, I do believe.
Right, and there might be different colors, and maybe like there might be surface oxidation to greater or lesser degrees, or they might be more brittle or more ductile. All these different things. So what they were doing was fine tuning as well. After they discovered you could mix in stuff and make alloys, they were then fine tuning the mix. And just look, I'll just get it said, right? Get it stated. We could go over it maybe more slowly next time. That these people who were digging in this cave, that they were claiming, or they are claiming, is from 5000 BC roughly. They call it the Chalco or Chalcolithic age. Yeah. But I'm just saying it could be Chalco because the way in Greek, right? They're spelling it in ancient Greek or regular Greek KH, right? So you might say a more hard K if you like. I don't know. And again, we weren't there to hear them saying it. But
true.
But that but anyway, whether you say it Chalkos or Kalkos, it sounds like chalk, but what it means in Greek is copper. But these people who were digging the cave, they pretty much invented, or their colleagues, or maybe the people that they learned under, they just created that term because it sounded nice, right? But it's a contradiction in terms because lithos or anything lithic is to do with stone. So they're saying, oh, it was the copper stone age, which obviously is nonsense, but it sounds good, And so
other people still building things with stone at the time, so maybe that's what they mean.
Yeah, could be, but it certainly isn't like a stone made of copper. But at the same time, what is the difference between stone and metal anyway? Like at some points there is a blurry area between the two.
Or is kind of in between. It's stone that has metal in it.
Exactly. And just wanted to say here anyway. Look, an alternative name that was suggested was, rather than use the Greek, use the Latin. So call it a Neolithic. But they didn't like that because it sounded like you were saying a in front of Neolithic for Neolithic, right? That's why they didn't like that. But anyway,
kind of like ants a little bit.
Yeah, that it was a confusing term, and the point being that in Latin there, I wanted to make the hypothesis. I couldn't believe reading it that the etymology in Wikipedia is not this. They say it's the terrible grief that what's her name, Aphrodite had when she gave birth to Aeneas, that he was now mortal and he had the possibility of dying. But they never mentioned that, well, maybe copper is named after him, the man of copper. So because I just think that it's obvious, but etymologists might say that it's totally wrong, that Aeneas and Aeneas sounds like it's related. Etymologists might say, no, that's nonsense, but I mean, why not? I'm just putting it forward anyway.
I can't say for sure, like one way or the other. Like, I'm not like, a professional etymologist. I've studied it a little, like.
Yes, well, I'm not even an amateur one, but I'm saying to me, I'm just saying to me, look, there's very little difference in the words there, and he is depicted as a guy who is carrying his shield, and he got injured, and so like I just see it as obvious connection to make. Like, what's injuring him? It's the metal. And all those kind of parallel analogies that you could make, or metaphors.
And then make an analogy in the Bible using, like, they have the, it's the like, that you have the multi-material, like the giant of multi-material, like I think his feet are made of brass or copper. I can't remember the order.
Oh, right. Yes. There is something, and I remember out of the Lost thing, that there's just a foot left or a leg left, and there's something about that which I forget. But look, maybe
I'm always careful with that kind of stuff because the Bible's so huge, and my I have spotty memory sometimes, and I'm always afraid I'm gonna mess it up. The Bible's the one thing that I'm afraid to misquote.
Fair enough. Well, look, we'll investigate it for next week and get the correct or at least accurate version of whatever that is. Can I just say then as well, because I'm just trying to fit this in, right? Even though we might reiterate it next week, that to anneal, I knew the term, but it is to do with metallurgy, and it's to heat up the metal, to burnish it, to make it into swords. It's the creation of metallurgy.
Yeah, I mean, like you know, when you're making iron into steel, you basically, like, the iron itself is like, you can think of it like interlocking fingers of molecules, and they kind of slide on each other really easy because they're big and all that. Well, when the carbon gets enters and gets locked in to those iron molecules, it makes it hard and rigid. And if you like, once you heat it up to red hot and quench it in the water to make it rigid, it will the carbon kind of get stuck in pockets, and in other pockets there isn't as much, so you will actually heat it back up a little bit to temper it, and just kind of loosen those fingers, those little crystalline fingers, up a little bit to let the carbon move around some, and you let the carbon redistribute. That Forged in Fire show, that's the one big criticism I have about it. Well, the biggest criticism like I have about, there's a few others, but the biggest one is the fact that they never show the tempering process, which is, the tempering process is probably one of the most important parts of making a blade, is, making sure it's all evenly distributed, right? Or it'll break. And they
Now,
never show.
there's on screen is your actual sword. I don't think you're going to mind people saying that from the Knights Templar.
Oh yeah, no, like that. Yeah, that's mine for sure. Like,
Um,
and that is
and so
like, what's that?
Yeah, and just like so that I mean, what you're talking about with the words tempering and annealing, I tried to understand the difference. I don't, but it seems to me that it's not easily defined what is the difference, because as you mentioned there are different either impurities depending. Well, they're not even impurities. You need them there. The extra carbon, it'll add something to a property that is required. And again, it's very like humans. You might want that property to be expressed in one environment or in one case use, but not in another. And there are analogs to humans and their varieties as well, and what you might want them for and what purpose they're for.
Yeah,
Um, but
which
but
is very, this is very, this is like what you're saying is real, like, to me, is really, germane to like what is going on now. You have humans that are always represented by clay, by earth, where the earth, we're made of what the earth is made of, right? And with a little dash of, extra thrown in. And, you have this technology, which is, iron, mixing the iron with clay, and all the symbolism behind that. It's quite germane to the situation that's going on today, I think. And
definitely,
not to mention, they want to bioengineer people for the job they intend them to do. So, like, if they want you to be a robot polisher, they're going to make sure they, bioengineer the people to be the best robot polishers. You get it?
well,
Right.
you mentioned that Romans had a Swiss Army knife. In the Roman army, they had one as well, a multi-purpose tool. I'd like to be a tool, but a multi-purpose one, right? And maybe you would too, eh?
Yeah, like, in a way, just not like, just not a, you know, a metal one. I don't want to be a Swiss Army knife myself. Yeah,
Oh yeah, look, I don't want to
but I don't want to be one.
I don't, of course, mean that I just want to be an implement of damage, if that's the way people think of it. But well, then that's another good example of a word concept fallacy, in that we all have different ideas about what a sword or a knife or a penknife is. Because I'm thinking of one with like a screwdriver and a tool for getting stones out of horses' hooves, or whatever, and just like we know a hammer can be a great thing or a terrible weapon, and all that sort of stuff. But point being, I would like to be a master of nothing but a jack of several trades.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just joking around there, with the whole mixing iron with clay, and they're gonna turn you into a cyborg,
Yeah.
Swiss
Oh, but I
Army.
mean, yeah, sure. But I mean, what really makes me want to stop it. One of the main reasons is that everybody is created like in Brave New World, where these people are workers, those people are philosophers, those people are lovers, those people are just considered to be class three citizens as one. I
Yeah,
absolutely want to prevent that at all cost.
absolutely. And it's one of those things where they want to. Other than that, you won't have any identity at all. It'll be like there is no man, woman, boy, girl, or any of that. Like they probably, they would probably get rid of all of that and then some if they could. I don't know how far exactly they'll be able to take it before it'll, like, human beings will just break. I don't think that we can. I personally don't think that the human psyche can handle the kind of world that they're trying to build. One of the reasons I think it'll fail. But
Yeah,
I could be wrong. But, they usually test things quite well before they implement them. And, I don't know what putting these, these Lay's potato chips in people's heads, like, is going to end up
yeah. Well,
doing.
so far it's all it's perfectly going according to plan, on track. Can I just acknowledge Ain't Bleak's comment here? And look, I agree, and don't think you would have any problem with this either. It's like another good example of the word concept fallacy, that whatever we think we mean by Greece now, apparently, like Greek and so many of the European nations only really existed since around 1871, just like when the USA was reincorporated then as well. So whether it's Greece, Macedonia, I think even like that Attica was separate from Sparta, and there was separate sort of counties or provinces in there. They were always at war, internecine wars. But also Byzantium, that would have subsumed the Greek Empire, and what we think of as Turkey now, Anatolia, that was completely Greek in the way that we might think of it. It wasn't Turkish at all.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, is the way he puts it, but it could be. And that's kind of one of the things that I'm trying to introduce with these talks that like we're doing is, just the the curiosity, igniting people's curiosity and getting them to actually look under the rock and see what's there. Don't be scared of it. The stuff under there might be scary, but you need to see it. You need to
Yeah,
look.
yeah,
Just, I don't care. Like, you don't have to become an Orthodox Christian like me. I would like it if everybody did, but I know that's not going to be the case. But I would ask you to just, like, look into all this stuff and, decide for yourself. Like, don't let the elite tell you what is and is not, because as soon as we capitulate to that and just let them tell us what is true and is not true, then we're lost. We're done
yes.
for.
Well, look, we totally agree on this. In that you could put a term on it and say it's the democratization of information. I'd happily settle for everyone just asserting their own autonomy in thought and in word. Um, I'll just leave it at that. Geez, we're really going to go long on this, but there's a lot of other comments there, and funny enough, even people were having, I think, an accidental sort of not confrontation. What's the word for it? Argument. Anyway, I think people are totally misunderstanding each other there in the comments. You can definitely,
It
it
happens.
should be easy to get over that.
It
Um,
happens. But, like, it's fine as long as things don't go into, like, ad hominems and ad hocs and all these other kind of fallacies and people just
yeah,
being nasty to one another. Like, it's
yeah,
perfectly fine to disagree and have those
yeah,
conversations.
yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that I want to be happening,
Well,
like adult conversations.
yeah, look, I suppose, yeah, look, it happens all the time, but definitely we need to overlook our any perceived differences. I would say between, I'll just say your names there, between let the nukes fly and Big Dummy, as he calls himself. He's called himself that self-deprecatingly. It's a beautiful thing for somebody to have such a little ego to be able to say that. So there's completely a misunderstanding going on there, and I'll just say to you two guys, you have a huge amount in common that you don't understand and you don't know yet. So I know that you guys would be friends, definitely. So.
Yeah,
It should be easy to get over that one.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
over that's what I'm always talking about with, like, these societal differences we have, like, you know with like if we can all be adults, then we can have these conversations and talk about it. But I think before we do any talking about any of these societal situations, one, we need to handle these evil bastards that are trying to murder and enslave us all.
Yeah,
But two, we need to figure out what is actually our real history and everything, so that we even know what we're talking about when we do
yeah,
have these conversations.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Look, that's the danger, and has always been with quick revolutions, is that the people that you get turns out just to have bad morals, but in a different way, or are blinded to their own very similar lusts for power and propensity to do evil and be spiteful towards others. Um, can I just say, look, I love Norm Macdonald, and he said he really admired women because they were the best at making cookies. And isn't that excellent that we definitely need women as well to make cookies? Without them, we wouldn't have any. And there's Lily being a peacemaker. If we were all together, we'd all get around a kitchen there, and the smell of baking. It would be fantastic.
Yeah. And that is like the mothers in the household usually are the peacemakers. Most of the time they're the ones urging the whole family to get along, and that is a good thing.
That's right.
Like,
Even Yeah, even a terrible misogynist, sexist bigot like myself can appreciate women for all their wonderful qualities like that.
yeah, well, I mean, that's what I tell people all the time. Like, I mean, I guess you could to some degree call me, a feminist in one way. I have daughters. Like, I have a mother. I have aunts. Like, I don't want like them to have be subjugated and be like slaves or anything. That would be insane, absolutely insane. But I absolutely do not want like dudes in their bathrooms or their category to be erased.
Yes,
Absolutely not.
yeah, yes. Unfortunately, people are only noticing when it's in threat of being taken away permanently. Um, oh yeah, well there's Lily. Lily lives, I gotta say, like in Washington State. Let's say she's there a lot, and so that's one of the everybody knows one of the places where you totally expect to be told that a woman is informed. She can't say you guys anymore because it's, I don't know, homonormative or whatever, not inclusive or too inclusive. It's so neurotypical of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is kind of backwards because you think like they're into the transhuman stuff, and it is transhumanism. It's all one category. Like we need to stop being like transgender and transhuman. No,
Hmm.
transgender is transhumanism. It's all one category.
Well, look,
Like we got it straight. Like,
yeah, I do remember, it was an Americanism to me, right? It was probably less than 20 years ago, maybe no more, not much more than that, when I considered it to be a weird Americanism that when somebody would address a room full of guys and girls, they would say, "Hi, guys," and I thought that's pretty odd, because to me, a girl isn't a guy, right? But then
yeah,
it was totally acceptable for the last 2 decades, and now it's verboten. And look, that's the
exactly.
point. They want you to be constantly checking with a higher authority, what am I allowed to say? I don't care anymore now. And I think most of us don't care anymore. We're going to say whatever we want to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I'm going to like say, think, and do what matches with logic and reason and my faith and my line in the sand when it comes to my morals and what I'm willing to do. Like I'm going to stick by that no matter what they do. And you know that's gonna be the thing that like I guess will get me put in the gulag. I don't or worse, and I don't really care at this point. Like you said, it's done past that point where like I'm gonna like even give a passing thought to it at all. Like they went way too far, way too
Yeah.
far.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm kind of
I think we're both agreed on that. We're very much aware now that there are certain things that are fates worse than death.
mm,
So I'd rather not be in an uncomfortable gulag. But I mean, again, a lot of people would sort of say, it'd be great to meet all our internet friends eventually in the same
yeah, I
uh,
suppose.
in the same camping group.
I'd rather meet you in person and everybody else in person, like under better circumstances. Though,
Yeah. Well,
like it'd rather be a victory party than in a gulag somewhere.
Exactly. That's why it frustrates me that people get distracted with premature celebrations. I like to picture it as the end of the all the comic books of Asterix and Obelix, where they have the big feast, but not until the Romans are defeated or whoever, and then they can sit down and celebrate.
Yeah, everybody wants to celebrate too soon, and that's kind of the thing I'm worried about with Mr. Trump, re-entering the race and all that kind of stuff. Like, is the right just going to go back to sleep on us if Trump gets put back in there? I'm afraid they might.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, Can I just say as well, like in that course of the time, I still haven't caught up in the comments, but it seems like that everyone's made up now in the comments again, and
Mhm.
it's all wonderful, fantastic. There's hearts, there's appreciate that. Apologies to you. Oh God, we've gone through a whole story arc, the hero's journey ourselves now.
Yes, like, well, look, that's a beautiful thing. Like the fact that the people in like our comments there are able to have an adult conversation, got a little heated, they made up and everything's fine now. Like that's like what we want to see. Like
Yeah.
everybody, like that's a beautiful thing. Thank you for that.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
it's great there. I see there. Let the Nix says, "I'm mad. My mother brought me here." It's always going to be like that's. I'll take that as comedy. I tell you what, like I mean, it was long after I was even a teenager where I'd still stamp my feet and say, like, I didn't ask to be born. So I do the old feeling sorry for myself a lot as well.
yeah,
But
it doesn't
parents,
really take you anywhere though. Feeling sorry for yourself just it makes you
no,
sorry.
it doesn't.
Like,
Well, yeah, true, true. And actually, I do appreciate talking to you because you lift me up out of that quagmire that I keep wanting to embroil myself in.
well, I'm
Um,
glad I can do that for you, my friend. Like, you absolutely helped me out too, and I'm sure my wife is grateful that I'm not like having to talk at her all the time. She probably
yes.
great.
So a good outlet for all the things. That's it. All the things that we are keeping stored in our heads.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah. Again, look, I'm flashing through a lot of comments here. Look, I'll come back to them maybe in a minute. I do want to just say this right. We'll keep another 5 hours, right?
Yeah,
I do want
gotta
to.
say 30 more minutes. Like, we'll
Yeah.
get this all crammed into this next 30 minutes. How about that?
Yeah, because I don't want to run the risk. I know that we said that we will always have time to do another. But look, in case the world ends, in case anything happens, just want to get it there. So this
Yeah.
lovely looking woman, well, although other people might disagree, but anyway, her name is Hila May, and I'm thinking that she is Israeli, but maybe not. But she's certainly employed by this Department of Anatomy and Anthropology, a sub-department of the Sackler Faculty of Medicine. I got to be careful that just because I find her aesthetically pleasing, that I wouldn't just believe everything she says. But here is what they are saying. Located in the western Upper Galilean Mountains, in a place called Pequeen Village, but might pronounce that a little bit differently. But whatever, Pequi apostrophe in is one of the oldest villages in Israel and among the most beautiful. The majority of the population in the village identify as Druze, whatever that is, I don't know, who follow a traditional way of life. Do you want to say anything about it at this stage, JC?
Like, let me like double check. I think I do know what a Druze is, but I want to be sure. Like, okay, yeah, it is a faith. Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
it's an esoteric religion. It is Abrahamic ish, but it's also like it's it's basically like an sort of an offshoot
Right.
of Islamish type stuff. I
Look,
mean,
fair enough.
it's got like teachings of Hamza, even Ahmad, and ancient Greek philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras, Zeno, and Citium. But it's also got Abrahamic monotheistic and syncretic, like so. It's rather it's rather an eclectic religion, we'll say.
Well, fair enough. And maybe that's what you would expect in an era that was considered to be a crossroads of civilizations. But fair enough, it puts an aesthetic on it. And what it's saying is that's the way the people are now. They're following a traditional way of life. So we're already sort of saying that we have a connection to a historic past in the people that live there now. And what they're saying is, in 1995, during construction work, a stalactite, that's the things that come down from the top made out of dripping water with calcium carbonate and limestone or whatever in it, the makings of limestone, they're saying, in this cave was accidentally opened because they were building a road there. And they realized that the cave, and they're saying it's 100 square meters, I don't know, 300 square feet roughly, contains some of the most outstanding anthropological finds ever recovered in Israel. That means like the remains of human beings. And I'll get rid of our icons off this just to show the whole screen there. So this is one of their photographs, and they're saying decorated ossuary in Peking cave, photograph courtesy of Mariana Salzberger of the Israeli Antiquities Authority. Do you want to tell us there about what is this? What is an ossuary?
Well, ossuaries are like they are typical of Semitic burials. What they would do, it's just like with Jesus. They put him in the tomb. They wrapped him in the linen, in the traditional linens. The shroud of Turin type thing. Wrapped him up, and he was put into a tomb. And what they would do is they would let the body decompose. Rather than mummifying them like ancient Egyptians would do or something. They would let the body decompose after washing it and wrapping it. And then they would actually come and collect the bones later and put them into these ossuaries or bone boxes. It's something that is, distinctly Hebrew usually.
Well, I tell you what, that's perfect, and it means we can skip over a few slides for sure. And the other thing then is that we can form our own theories as we like as to whether they were doing this with the intention that somebody might find it in the future or not, or that it was just a ritual they're following. They didn't know why, but either way, it was fortuitous for these people.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I mean, they're doing all kinds of digs around Israel, and they found like the tomb of Christ and all those kind of things, which I've actually seen that, which is really cool.
Right. Okay. So again, like you can think of them in terms of like finding another cave with Dead Sea Scrolls in it, and what they're finding here, I think, could be considered by some people to be more valuable than just written record. You have a DNA record. And so again, here's some other pictures of these kind of ornate boxes. They certainly thought highly enough of the people to put their bones in there. And in these kind of boxes, what they're saying, by the way, and so they're talking about two things here: radiocarbon dating. It's the carbon-14 isotope, which they can apparently measure. But look, there's a lot of controversy over whether that's accurate. You can't radiocarbon date stone, but you can bone, apparently. But
yeah,
also
put stock in radiocarbon dating. I know too much about how they kind of work that, and it's basically like averages. They'll have an item hit way up here on a date, and then they'll have an item hit like way down here, like several hundred or 1,000 years off, and they have this a formula they work that kind of halves it up a little bit, and it's kind of hard to explain in such a compact manner, but roundabout, that's kind of the idea. It's more guesswork than anything, and I just don't think that it could possibly be accurate.
Yeah, I think as basic part of science, you would have to not only question the sort of their attitudes and biases, but also the tools. Even like just like say if a cop pulls you over for speed, and you'd say, how did you calibrate your instrument, right? So you absolutely have to wonder how they calibrate their radiocarbon dating instruments. And I tell you what, later on I noticed, maybe it's not in this, but we'll definitely leave it till next time we can reintroduce this. It seems to me that they were definitely using words that were like marketing words to try and allow the reader of their research to kind of go, oh, they had the most modern instruments, highly finely tuned, the most expensive, wonderful instruments. So they want us to believe that they're bang on accurate. I'm thinking of my cousin Vinny, dead on balls accurate, 5,000, but they're saying roughly 5,000 anyway. BC.
It's like I told you, like I have, I'm dubious because of the Sackler and Tel Aviv Institute stuff, and right off the bat, And I don't really like subscribe to radiocarbon dating really being, of any real use at all, honestly, because, for the aforementioned reasons, and the fact that if the thing is exposed to radiation anytime between the time it was created and the time it was tested, it can throw the readings completely off. So, I just, I don't really subscribe to it. But the reason I wanted this to be shown is because, like, if these academics want to come back at me and say that, oh well, like, those kind of people weren't there. Well, Tel Aviv University says they were. Whether they like the evidence they're using is real or not, the fact of the matter is they are saying things that is corroborative of what I'm saying.
Good. And look, as long as we've just introduced that there's always and remind ourselves that, people are going to have excitement finding this. They're going to hope that it fits certain pet theories that they have. So we just have to remember, always be double skeptical and double blind yourself if you can help it.
Absolutely. And that's why I show something that, even though I don't really believe in the evidence that they're giving, I'll still put it out there and be like, well, folks, look into it yourself. Look into how radiocarbon dating actually works and all this kind of stuff. And then, ask yourself, well, why would they lie to me about it? And why would they want us to believe this is the case if they are lying?
Yeah.
Work through it.
Great. And again, but yeah, here's what they're saying, right? So, petrous bones comes from the Latin, P-E-T-R-U-S just means stone, but petros, P-E-T-R-O-U-S, is an adjective, so it's of stone. And like Peter, the rock and all that, that's, petrified, all that to do with stone. What they're saying here is a petrous bone, though, and a temporal bone. It's funny, the temples on the side of your head. So maybe the next diagram here, yeah, the temporal bone where your temples is, and it is to do with, like, I read where people were saying, oh yeah, it's the part of your brain where you perceive time. I was like, really? Okay, fair enough. And then the petrus or petrus area here, it's highlighted in green. Do you want to talk about that a bit there, JC?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, apparently it is supposed to be like really hard, and therefore that's the impetus they're giving for why they were able to get DNA from this, even though it is so super old, right? But as we discussed before, there's also problems with the fact that it's in limestone, and lime is not supposed to be very good at preserving the bone itself, but just like encapsulating it and leaving an impression of it, right?
Yeah, it seems odd. It seems like it's a double-edged sword. The stalactites look like bones, but they're really just deposits of calcium over time. And lime, as we know, dissolves bones, but maybe if it performs a protective layer outside of the skull, maybe it protects what's inside. There could be kind of this sort of weird double-edged aspect to it.
I suppose. Like, it could be some kind of chemistry that's going on inside the cave, I guess, or any kind of, like, I don't know enough about that particular thing to be able to say a whole lot about it, I guess.
Well, I better just say that what they are saying, anyhow, is that this portion of the skull, particularly, which is more or less like maybe the most interior part of the skull, leading down towards the spine. And so, if you think of the skull like a helmet, that it is deep down in the center of the helmet, and they're saying they can get the best. I was going to say swab, but the best samples of DNA is preserved there. That's what they're saying. And I guess, as far as, like, say, if stalactites or limestone or whatever would grow around it, maybe if the skull is protecting this petrous bone, and the skull itself has got limestone growing around the skull, then maybe it's just like layers of bony stone preserving the thing. Maybe that's what they're saying.
Yeah, maybe so. I said I don't really know enough to like be able to comment one way or the other on if it was, if the science is sound behind that. I just have to take their word for it, or then look it up, and see for myself, I guess. But
right, and then And then I think maybe, what we'd say is next week we'll start off from this point, and we'll both look in. I'll have to look into more, but they talk about how they brought it to Harvard, to the best lab in the world, and did all these amazing tests and whatever. But what you're saying, JC, is that they have found evidence that these people had blue eyes and were different from the people in that area, and maybe they were the people who brought in the technology of metallurgy that showed them how to mix metals. Is that basically it in a nutshell?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. These same people, these blue-eyed people, like I said, if you go back far enough, they're basically centered around the northern Atlantic, right? And then they fan out, and now you can find, Iran is full of blue-eyed people, right? The Zoroastrians and, all that used to be Persia, and Persia was an Indo-European nation. People think of Iranians as being so much different than us, but no. I mean, look at Pakistan, look at India, look at Iran, look at Afghanistan. Arabs are not that far removed from us, right? So, really what it comes down to then is more so a religious and political disagreement, because Islam is and always has been just as much a political movement as it is anything else, right? And other than those political religious differences, we're pretty much going to be related there. There's not a whole lot of difference to us, and it's just like you look at the Berbers, and they eventually, that area becomes Islamic, and the Mamluks. The Mamluks were Slavic peoples that were kidnapped by the Muslims and brought to northern Africa, and then they took over, and they were all European Slavs. So, Northern Africa has been, ruled by blue-eyed people, through most of its history, actually. This is one of the first times where the people of Egypt have actually looked like what they look like, really. Where it's been as homogenous as it is now, and, where pretty much everybody's of darker complexion.
Yeah. And yeah, look, the other thing then is you mentioned that there are political differences, and you could read emotional differences as well. There's people aren't going to like, no matter what you conclude or theories, there's going to be loads of different theories. People aren't going to like it, because people are going to think that it paints them in an inferior light, or that if the people with blue eyes did indeed come from the West, which again people would say no, the flow of people was always towards the West, not from it. But there's loads of reasons why people are going to pick issue with it and not want it to be true. But anyway, what we're saying is that not only are you stating this, but it seems that these people might be stating this, that wherever they came from, but probably Atlantis or right that direction, these sea peoples came in with their blue eyes and higher technology, which one of the things was making brass and adding other things to copper, and perhaps even steel, or sorry, iron, and that also the peoples mixed, and that's what brought in this admixture, as they say in DNA studies, of blue eyes and fair hair.
Yeah, you have the caste system come in, where you have the Freemasonic Brahmins at the top, because that's really what the Brahmins are. The Brahmins are the Freemasons, the dark hand that controls everything from behind the scenes, right? The Brahmins were just the ancient Indian version of the priests that were behind the pharaoh in ancient Egypt. It's the same cult that has been behind all these things, and it comes from the ancient Atlantean Aryan system. So, people, you're talking about people feeling inferior. It's like, well, you could look at it like that, but you could also look at it like, well, these people also brought in this evil ass system as well. That they're trying to put us back under, as a matter of fact. So I would look at it that way. There's, for every bit of respect you might give to these ancient ancestors of ours, in that sense, you could also, ding them for some things they did as well.
Well, I'll just say again there, yeah, we have to take a very measured approach. Take a, always be in control of the reins of our own emotions, neither to be too flattered by what we might think about our own heritage, nor to think that we should be jealous or envious of other groups. I wish I was taller, stronger, more good looking, but we all have to make do with the cards that are dealt to us.
Yes. Like I'm most certainly not perfect, and especially not now. Like I'm pushing my 40s here, like and I like my body's a little beat up and stuff, but I still get around pretty good, and I'm still fighting. Like whatever hand you're dealt, like you have something you can contribute to this fight, especially if you start training and getting your body and your mind and everything right and ready to fight. And that's kind of the thing. Like I want people to start getting, people should technically have already been, training and preparing themselves. But I really, would stress that if you haven't already, then you should be now. Right. And,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
and if like once people are strong in mind, body, and spirit, then like we actually have a chance at doing something here, and possibly pulling something pretty good out of it at the end. I think I truly believe we're capable of it. We won't ever produce anything perfect, but I think that we can, like, if we all get together, we can produce something better than what the elite are trying to put us under. At the
Yeah,
very least.
absolutely. Yeah, look, I'm going to try and see if I can get through a few more of the comments there. I just want to say at this stage now, we're 10 minutes before 5 hours. I can't believe we've talked this long. At the same time, it's totally understandable with such a huge subject matter. Trying to cover such a vast amount of historical period, while also making philosophical commentary on the human condition all throughout. Far too much to bite off, but we've at least had a good chew on it. And I'm very grateful to everybody for listening. And contributing in the comments there, and also anybody who's going to play this back and listen to it in the future. I want to say thanks to you as well, JC. I really do appreciate it. I know we said it already, and I just reiterate, really do appreciate our conversations. It gives me great opportunity to speak and not just be talking to the wall. Also to hear your perspective on things and information that I never would have known, and to feed me with information that I wouldn't have looked at really if you hadn't have brought up this subject. So thanks, man.
I can never know enough, really. Like, I mean, we're too finite to know everything. So, the best we can do is know as much as we can about the pertinent things, right? And this helps me do that. It helps me get out and talk to people, and you're my friend. Like, I enjoy talking to you. So, I appreciate you having me.
Well, it's great. I guess I'm feeling that it's such a long time to talk, but I don't think that it has been either boring or that there's been any time wasted here. Sure, we could have done an hour if we were really, if we had a production team, we could have done an hour of this and spread it out and pre-recorded it and put it out once a night or whatever. But I think we're just both concerned that we get something out there, right? And I think that's my attitude as well.
Yeah.
I've been sitting on my hands and not really saying what I should have been saying for too long.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, like it's a huge subject matter we're trying to cover here in a very short amount of time. We're trying to condense it. And like I said, I'm not trying to give everyone every detail. I'm just trying to give people enough of a glimpse that it makes them interested enough to look and really do their own research. Because at the end of the day, I could tell them about all this stuff, till the cows come home. But they're not going to truly believe it and know it unless they go out there and they start finding this stuff for themselves, because it's out there. There's people besides me saying it. And, I would just caution people to be very discerning. And, just like I said, with, the most dangerous anthropologist, his beliefs, I don't necessarily align with, but some of the things he says, I do. You don't necessarily have to take it all when somebody offers you information. You can take some of it and leave the rest behind.
Oh, for sure. Robert Sepehr there. I have to absolutely respect and admire him, but there's no way. I don't know anything about him and what his biases and intentions, motivations, objectives are. But I do like that he's giving information that seems to be verifiably true.
Yeah. Well, he got mad at me for criticizing Aleister Crowley, if that gives you any like idea of who, like, what kind of philosophy he's rocking there.
And I tell you
And
what, I nearly wanted it to say something and I said, no, we'll leave that till another time. We'll discuss Alistair Crowley another time, okay? Because you know what's going to happen. We're going to a 6th hour. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Well, we probably should get. He's a big topic, so we probably should save him for another time. But yeah, like, anyone who's like subscribing to Mr. Crowley or any of his beliefs, like, take them with a grain of salt. And the reason that, like, I'll use Mr. Sepehr's material is because I've independently went out there and tried to verify what I could of what he was saying. And, I also had knowledge of things prior to ever reading his books or anything, of my own. So, you know, I didn't just take what he said, on its face and be like, oh, well, yeah, obviously that's true. No, I went out there and checked, and a lot of the things he's saying about our DNA and the bone structure and all these kind of things is absolutely true. The things that he's saying, about ancient cultures and things like that, and the mystery schools, that stuff is true. He's right about a lot of stuff. It's just his, philosophical beliefs I have the most trouble with, I think.
Yeah. Well, look, again, we'll have to sort of finish up now anyway, but definitely rich theme there and philosophically as well, to do with, say, attitudes of freedom of thought and being able to examine any idea without just sort of saying, well, I do believe in freedom of speech and freedom of thought, except that, you know. So we have to be careful of, again, I appreciate you teaching me the term, the word concept fallacy as well. People will have different ideas about what it is they're discussing and arguing about, or a person, or what he stands for, represents, and all that sort of stuff too. You know.
Yeah. It's a really important one for these days, especially because, the left are like their word concept fallacy machines. They subscribe to a semantic philosophy which allows them to contradict themselves constantly with no recourse. So, the word concept fallacy stuff with them is strong. They tell you that, a man can be anybody, right? That, like, that's about as word concept fallacy as you can get, like, just absolutely obliterating the categories and saying they can be anything that anybody wants at any time, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just, well, again, just self-contradictory stuff. That's when you know there's either a lie or a big mistake going on, and I don't think we can give them the benefit of the doubt that you're just mistaken at this stage. Right. Look. Let's just. I don't know if it's even possible. I love the fact that I can't keep up with the comments here. Again, look, it's just, sorry,
Absolutely.
I can only just flash things on screen here. Wake Alaska, if appropriate enough, there says, my comment is on screen. Haha, that was fast. I start on Thursday, 8 a.m. prep cook, 17 per hour. Also, he's starting a new job, $17 an hour. So
Great.
back in the kitchen for me. That's Reg in Alaska there. So look, it's great. I really love to see Reg. By the way, I'll just give him another shout out there. He's got his own live streams, and I think, what I was thinking as well is that he might be doing one. Oh no, maybe he is. Yeah, I don't want to encroach on his. Maybe he's doing one now. I don't know. Don't want to take up his time. That kind of way.
Right.
But I really like to see people chatting, and it's like a community and discussing things and getting on. That's
Mhm.
that's our objective met, isn't it?
Yeah,
For now, right?
it'd be great if our little chat stream there would wind up like Burmis or any of the rest of them, where there's people can come and actually talk about this stuff with one another, like, and feel safe about doing it,
Mm.
where they don't feel like somebody's going to jump down their throat for asking questions or inquiring into what our actual history may be, you know.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm just seeing now there, Wake Alaska, and I think he was saying this nearly an hour ago. I'm going to do a live in about an hour, folks. Right, so I think we'll leave it at that, right? 5 hours. We've had more than enough time. And I'll just say thanks again to yourself and to everyone. Have you got any last words there, JC, before we end the stream?
Well, I'd just like to tell everybody, thank you for turning out and listening to me, Babylon, yet again. I know it was slightly more incoherent this time, but I promise next time it will be better, and we will touch on the King Arthur 1 and 2 situation, and like we'll get into Caesar, and maybe where Excalibur came from, maybe what it is, how it survived at the bottom of the lake for Arthur to find it, and it didn't corrode and disappear. Then we'll talk about we'll start with how Aeneas got to Britain there and what happened after that with and how it got to Brutus and all that. But then we'll get into that Barham and Blackett stuff. So if anybody wants to hear that, turn out next weekend. And
Excellent. Lily Gazooey is asking, give us some reading we can do in advance, and I'll plug my channel then. I'll say it's not my content, but it is Alan Wilson and Barham Blackett being interviewed by a fellow called Richard D. Hall, and he does have his own website. It's called richplanet.net, but I don't think he'd mind. I've taken one of his videos and put it onto my Odyssey, and you can see it there, Barham and Blackett, Alan Wilson and Barham Blackett, and it's a video that will show a lot of the stuff that we're talking about to do with the connection to Britain, or more specifically Wales, and King Arthur and his burial site and that sort of thing. So that'll give you a big preview if you look at that on my Odyssey channel, which is Eternal Extrapolations as well.
Right. I thought that maybe I could share the link to the. I know you can get Wilson and Blackett's books on the Library Genesis site. I have a PDF on my phone here, but it's being difficult on letting me share it over into the chat at the moment. But
okay, well, if you want,
Genesis.
All right, well, if you want to. Look, I tell you what. If you want, you could give it to me in the private chat, or look, I'll supplement all the links in the description, and maybe I'll put a pinned comment as well. So after this, I'll update the links in the description, maybe a pinned comment as well.
Yeah, that's cool. Like that'll work. That way they can download the PDFs for the a couple of their books if they wanted to, and breeze through it. I think maybe the book on the hieroglyphs is there, and the Arcturus Rex Discovered is there.
Do you want to just say the name of the website where you can download these books in different mobile and what you call a Kindle type formats? Do you want to just say the name of the website?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, like we'll do this. Yes, it's Library Genesis. Library Genesis. Like just type. I typed into the chat. Like just type in Library Genesis Monoscope into your search bar, and that should give you what you're looking for there. It'll take you to the Library Genesis website, and then you'll have several links down there you can choose from to go to one of the, because there's several different, I forget what you call them in computer lingo, but several different sites that's, just different countries' version of the same Library Genesis site that you can search.
Okay, well, look, I put in Library Genesis Monoscope there, MONSKOP. But look, you can forward me the links a little bit afterwards, and I'll update the description with the links. Okay.
Okay, that sounds good.
Right. So look, I'll say goodbye again, and again, thank you for everybody. Sorry I didn't get to all your comments, but I tell you what, great complaints there that there was so much discussion. Appreciate you all, and thanks again to JC. Last word, JC, and I'll end the stream.
Well, like I said, thank you all, and thank you very much for having me on the stream. And good night and God bless.
All right, thanks again.
Thank you.